Shot to the biggie, oh cool. Shot to the biggie, oh cool. I got a feels that's a season. I wanna slide this shit out your nappy. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We gon' punch that bitch in the good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I not the punch in the good bitch. She got a diva, did a cool tonight. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. I got a feels that's a season. I'm gonna slam the shit out of Shinabe. Bitch, get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We don't punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I'm not the punch in the good bitch. It's hunch train the guffer. She got a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. I'm about a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar.
Bingo. 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 Everybody's got a screenshot, got a clip, got a thread. Half the internet is arguing about a thing they never read. Agree with one sentence. Now they say you join the team. One nod becomes a manifesto in the outrage machine. A joke flies over 20 heads. Nobody gets the bit. A million words on what was said, but not on what was meant. Price a question at a Bitcoin just to make the timeline scream. By sunrise, people write essays on a joke and call it deep. They're counting every word, they're hunting every frame, but somehow every week they're saying your name. Mean machine. Everybody knows what you mean. Mean machine. Breaking every comfortable scene. They say you're wrong, they say you're rude. They say they're done and they consume another stream from the mean machine. Mean machine. Professional debaters with their polished little lines, walk in like they're champions, walk out revising slides. Talk a lot about the scoreboard, talk a lot about the win. Funny how the experts keep forgetting what they're in. Some are busy measuring whose platform's standing tall, talking like they're giants while they're staring at the wall. Numbers don't do theology, but numbers don't pretend. Funny how the small account keeps outperforming them. They're counting every word, they're hunting every frame, but somehow every week they're saying your name. Mean machine. Everybody knows what you mean. Mean machine. Breaking every comfortable scene. They say you're wrong, they say you're rude. They say they're done, then they consume another stream from the mean machine. Why debate the man when you can debate his friend? Why face the source when a substitute will do instead. Everybody's brave when the target's not around. Everybody's loud when the room is friendly ground. Circle after circle, pound.
The engine is starting up.
Moment, space, lives.
Let's create lives.
Moment, space, lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good, he looks good.
Moment, space, lives. Moment, space, lives. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Moment, space, wise. Moment, space, wise. Lord Cola.
I would like to have intimacy with you
On the planet of Naboo. Space lives.
Let's create
Moment, space lives. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good, he looks good, he looks good, he looks good, good. Space, sex, space, sex.
Moment, space lives. Moment, space lives. Space error. Moment.
Did you ever have victory outreach experience when you were on the West Coast?
What is that?
It's basically like Cholo Church.
Oh, really?
Cringe core.
Cholo Church. Hey, dude, this is straight up, bro. Cholo Church. Look, homie, you could go anywhere, bro. So, Cholo Church. I'd be going here instead of freaking Ruslan's church or whatever, dude. Cholo Church. Dude, this church is about 50 times less gay than freaking Ruslan's, bro. Cholo Church. Dude, how come I didn't even know about freaking Cholo Church? JB, dude, how come he ain't at Cholo Church, bro? Cholo Church. He's over here trying to get inside of the freaking Ruslan's butt buddy church. Cholo Church. Dude, he need to go to Cholo Church, bro.
Cholo Church.
I'm gonna grab me a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy and put him on the white side of town. You know? And if that ain't good enough, I'm gonna grab me a little ching-chang, ping-pong playing China boy and put him on the Asian side of town.
Whoa, dude. Damn, bro. They based as hell over at Cholo Church. They making freaking white dude jokes, making Chinese jokes, bro. They don't even give a. How do all of the Cholo women, like, they were fat before everybody was fat, dude. It's like Cholo women were just always like a circle, dude. Like, they was born coming out like a circle, bro. Like, they didn't even go through like a transformation where they were like hot when they were young or whatever. Like, they was just straight a circle the whole time, bro. The spheres, bro. That's the orbs that Sam Shamoon was talking about. And how could you refute me or whatever? Cholo Church.
Jamie! Could you make me an espresso? Okay, we're gonna open it up. Let's keep it on topic. 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Icons are idolatry. But Jay, can I talk? But it was an ex-cathedra. If God is real, why does he allow evil? Why do you pray to dead people? Traditions of men, it's a no-brainer. You're such a tyrannical reigner. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Can't take it, these low-tier slow boys. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Was that an uncreated foot fart? Unmute, dude. Stop repeating my name, dude. You goobers call in, or I'll boot you. Where did we get the Bible from? Have you read the canons of Franzia? What are you, Catholic? Are you Protestant? I'm not trying to be mean, but do you have an actual argument? There is only one church. You are in a cult. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. Quick question. Do we have any Diddy-back venerators in the chat? Oh! Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Can't take it, these low-tier slow boys. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. If you're a wine mom, front of the line. Unmute, dude. What is your epistemic justification? That argument is circular and you are refuted. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Can't take it, these low-tier slow boys. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. If you're a wine mom, front of the line. Unmute, dude.
Wine mom, front of the line. Welcome, everybody. It's open chat once again, open debate, open discussion. You bring your argumentation. I match your energy. We're going to start framing it that way because people know what they're getting into and they can't whine and complain, even though they will still whine and complain. You were mean to me. You were mean to me. Yeah. I'm just going to own it. I'm mean internet man. Good. Now let's get on to the actual arguments. Now that we've established that I'm mean, that has absolutely nothing to do with whether what I'm saying is true or false. How about that? How about that approach? Just own it. Who cares? All right, I'm mean. Who cares? Now, what's your answer? All right. So I want to point out that we got a lot of things going on here. I don't know if we're going to talk about all this kind of stuff. Just depends on where we go. What we get to, what we don't get to. I'm going to open it up pretty quick here in a second. So we do have some questions then about natural theology and the filioque and all that, which, because Jesus and whatnot was doing a live stream, one of the reasons we're a little late today is I hopped over on his live stream. And I said, look, dude, let's do a debate. And he seemed pretty willing to do it because he feels as if he was treated unfairly. I said, well, I feel like I was treated unfairly. So we both agreed that we were both unfairly unfairified. And so we both said, let's do a reset. We did a factory reboot reset. So we're going to start over. And I appreciate he was honest today. He admitted that he heard the rest of the Libiano clip and he feels that I was not demolished by Libiano. So he admitted he was wrong about that. Appreciate that. And he said, you wanted to go to the paradigm with him. And when he said that, I forgot that towards the end of the discussion, it ends up being, that's technically correct in a sense, because I mean, really, if you just say that there's a plain reading of the text, I mean, that's not technically a paradigm argument per se, although it kind of leads into that.
because that's more of a linguistic kind of argumentation where you're really saying, are text theory laden or are they not, which can quickly become two different paradigms. I knew Libiano was not going to do a paradigm argument because he doesn't know what that is or how to do that. So we ended up, as you guys know, with the discussion about, well, what do you mean? You say the Quran has a plain reading. You're saying that the plain reading of the Bible shows contradictions. Okay, how do we determine the plain reading? And the last live stream that we did 2 days ago, as you guys know, we did a whole hour discussing paradigms, theory laden, and all that. So I'm not going to repeat all that. But if the discussion gets to that point, and with Libiano, for example, he doesn't want to admit that the Quran is subject to interpretation, just like the texts of the Bible are subject to interpretation. Every Muslim interprets their text, just like every Christian interprets their text, and every person who believes their religion is involved in some degree of harmonization of text, because there's always going to be apparent textual difficulties or whatnot. And so the idea that either Matthew or Luke's genealogy is referring to what Mary's role is in being in the line of Jesus' descendants versus the other one displaying Joseph's is a long-standing interpretation. And we've already seen that Libiano was incorrect on that. We even had Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, once again being correct. So Jake is on a streak here of calling out and saying correct things. Let's hope this streak continues. We'll notice, for example,
this conversation, I mean,
2 days ago,
the Bible says you
2 days ago, Jake called out Avery because Avery finally found a position on sola fide, or excuse me, sola fide, sola gratia, right? And so he's essentially adopting the view that if you don't teach the justification doctrine of the Reformation, then you would fall under the ban of Galatians 1 of being a false gospel. At the same time, by the way, as he pushes people to messianic synagogues that circumcise people on record, talking about God logic here, which is actually the context of Galatians 1. Galatians 1 is condemning those that teach Judaizing as added on to or part of the church's teaching. So ironically, the very text that God logic wants to apply to Orthodox, Catholics, Mormons, Orientals, actually is falling back on his own head because he is explicitly and openly a Judaizer. So Jake got that correct. Then after the Libiano interaction,
so the lineage doesn't
Jake
go back.
got another correct. He called out Libiano for, and as I said in the debate, I was correct. No, there's actually a long-standing tradition of interpreting one of the other genealogies about Mary's role and place versus Joseph's. And there's been dispute and debate about that. But regardless, it is a traditional line of argumentation and apologetic. Then Libiano freaks out and has to go into damage control mode because instead of simply just saying, and this is one of the problems with a lot of the apologists, and I'll give credit to Jesus and whatnot, because he does seem at least willing to admit that he got some things wrong, and that's fine. And I told him, hey, in that case, it's all good. We can let the drama and the silly stuff go. And it's not a big deal. And then we can plan a future long format discussion. But I'm gonna warn all of the people that think that you can do this filioque debate without having done the reading, because a lot of these people, again, these younger guys, they think that you can just sort of do shortcuts with AI, and you can't. Okay, look, I mean, you've got to at least begin with, you got to read On the Holy Spirit by St. Basil. Now, all of these that I've got marked up, a lot of these deal with anti-filioque arguments. So if you want to know my position ahead of time, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, you've got to know at least, starting with St. Basil's on the Holy Spirit, I mean, excuse me, against eunomius, on the Holy Spirit would also be relevant by Basil. And you're going to need to know the orations of Gregory Nazianzus, because a lot of the monarchical Trinitarian theology comes out of that. Nyssa is also very important, but of course, I don't think anybody's going to have the time or the patience or ability to read all of Nyssa's against eunomius, because it's essentially 1,000 pages, basically. But you will get the same line of argumentation in Basil and Gregory Nazianzus in a shorter format for the Cappadocian model of the Trinity, which is Constantinople I's official dogmatic stance. Now, the issues, though, are not just, well, what do the Cappadocians mean, and can we harmonize that with Roman Catholicism? Because Roman Catholicism will state that it believes all kinds of stuff. So it will affirm, yeah, we believe Cappadocians, and we believe Aquinas, and we believe Augustine, and we believe... So they'll sort of have this umbrella approach. But the problem with the umbrella approach is that the Cappadocians are very specific. And by the time you get to Aquinas, you're going to have things like the equating of nature and person, which is a fundamental denial of, what is it, Basil? It's called Basil letter 38, right? It's actually believed to be Nyssa's letter 38. And the premise of the letter, of course, is the fundamental distinction between nature and person in the Trinity. And by the time you get to Aquinas, you have an explicit identification of nature and person. So this is going to be a level, that's why it's a level 1 problem between us and between the Roman Catholics or the Thomists. No, I'm not talking about equating the persons with each other, but equating nature and person. Thomas collapses in an isomorphic sense, person into nature. And that's fundamentally antithetical to the Cappadocian letter 38. It's believed to be now Nyssa, not Basil, but whatever. Whether it's Basil or Nyssa, it's the same principle that underlies the Cappadocian model of the Trinity. And we would say that this is really the beginning of the problem, because it's the radical view of divine simplicity that's actually the Neoplatonic model that's adopted by Augustine and then by Aquinas that becomes the basis for filioque eventually. It's indirectly, you could say, the cause of the filioque. So I believe filioque is downstream from this mistake of departing from beginning with the monarchical position of the Father and delineating the Trinity via relations of origin, not relations of opposition. Relations of opposition is a later Augustinian and medieval idea that is not the same thing as relative opposition. That, well, is the Son relatively distinct or relatively opposed to the Father? Sure. But that isn't a good means of distinguishing the persons, because by the time of Aquinas, you get the idea that person is relation. And we don't believe that. We believe a person is a subject, not a relation. A relation is a predicate. A person is a subject. So you can't say subject is predicate. But that's the Thomistic divine simplicity model. And this critique is in Lossky's Procession of the Holy Spirit essay. It's also admitted to be 2 different models by Yves Congar in the Congar essay that I've cited many, many times. Now, I cannot get any Roman Catholics to even read these essays or these papers or even care. They don't care what you're actually arguing most of the time. But now, Jesus and whatnot, we have reset our relationship. So let's give the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully we can have a profitable discussion. Now, back to Libiano. Libiano then, instead of just simply admitting, okay, you know what, I made a mistake there, I gotta, get better. When you are a super prideful noob, and this is actually what Jake mentions in his new video, when you're a super prideful noob and you can never admit a mistake, this is actually going to be worse for you in the long run, right? Now, from our vantage point, we're happy to let Libiano become the new face of Dawa because he's so bad. And Jake points out in this video so many places where he makes mistakes, including not even understanding basic fallacies. Libiano doesn't even understand denying the consequent, right? He doesn't understand basic logical presentation and argumentation. He falls into basic mistakes. And then even every time he gets called out, even by Muslims, he just triples down. This is actually good for us because that's the kind of guy that we want representing Dawah, because he's going to end up making it look ridiculous. So good. Let Libiano continue to become the face of it. And he's so arrogant and so ridiculous. He runs off everybody that's associated with. He's actually a ticking time bomb in our favor. So I'm happy to have Libiano be the face of it. That's why Jake keeps calling him out, is because Jake realizes that it's going to be a disaster if this goober ends up being the face of Dawah. And we say, let him be so. So mote it be. Let him be the face of it, right? So Jake's actually correct once again. And I applaud Jake for these recent statements that are just simply based in what is the case. So he's being truthful. We appreciate that. We're not working together. It doesn't mean we have the same beliefs or the same faith, obviously. But he is correct in the last several things that he's been saying. Has nothing to do with, oh, y'all are secretly working together. No, he's just simply being correct. He doesn't believe the Trinity, but he's noting at least 3 or 4 significant mistakes that Libiano has made in debates with God Logic, me, and I don't know, whoever else he's debated. All right, so today it's going to be fairly open. I do want to talk a little bit about Hasan, because Hasan is all over everywhere again, because this guy is just like, it's almost like you can become a large, influential profile the more retarded you are. The more sane, coherent, logical, intelligent, sensible you are, I'm starting to think this is actually overall a net negative, because people are getting dumber and dumber and dumber, dumb and dumberer, and they can't figure anything out, and it's all just rage bait, clickbait, and everyone is just clip farming. They don't even care about which positions actually make sense. Nobody's going to do the reading on all sides. Everybody's being stupid and lazy. And they also can't pick up on when things are tongue-in-cheek, when things are silly, when things are satire, when you're being serious. They can't figure it out. They're all just lost. They have no idea what's going on. Now, when I debated Jake, I was being silly in the debate at DebateCon, and he took it well. He just rolled with the punches. He made some jokes himself. Nobody gave a shit. It was fun. The other Quran only Muslim guy, was not happy at the jokes. He got super mad. Jesus and whatnot, he seems to be able to take a joke. That's a good sign. That's a good sign for positive future potential discussions and exchanges that will hopefully be fruitful. But I told Jesus and whatnot that, I could see why you think, if you're a Roman Catholic or whatever, that, oh, I only want to talk about paradigms and I never want to address any other issues. We've had many, many, many debates over the years directly on essence-centered distinction, directly on, filioque, that kind of stuff. It's my experience that it's not as effective or worthwhile to have those 3-hour, 4-hour discussions without getting to the starting points. You can do it. I'm not saying it's not possible. I just think it's less effective. And the idea that I don't want to do it because I'm scared and I haven't read, I've done 10 times the reading of any of you guys. I guarantee you. I promise you that. Right? I mean, we can go into Nissa. We can go into against Eunomius from Basil as well. We can go into the orations of Gregory Nazianzus. I know those texts very well. I was debating PhD Thomas on those 10 years ago. You can go watch the debates. Okay, I've been reading Orthodox theology, Eastern Church Fathers since 2007. I've been reading Latin Church Fathers since 2001. Okay, so again, I've been at this for 25, 26 years. By the way, I don't claim to be a patristic scholar. This is something, the Muslims are creating this like puffed up persona of everyone else that they debate so that it sounds like, brother, I have taken down the greatest of Christians. This is the Christian great scholar. No. I have a degree in philosophy. I almost have a master's in philosophy. I have ABT. That's all but thesis, right? I do not have a degree in patristics. I don't have a degree in church history. I have read a lot of this church father set, and there's a whole other row over this row that you can't see. This is all Orthodox theology. This is all Orthodox theology. All of that whole entire shelf over there is all Roman Catholic theology. There's the Summa. It's very marked up. Okay. So I know these materials very well. I'm not even claiming to be a scholar on these subjects. And somebody said, well, what counts as a scholar? Duh. If you have a degree, an advanced degree in these subject matters, that counts as a scholar. I don't claim to, never claim to. Do you even see me claiming to be an apologist? Maybe once or twice ever. I just say I'm an internet person. That's fine. So the Muslims need me to be the expert of church fathers. I'm not the expert of church fathers. I don't even know who that would be, but I mean, Dr. Bo Branson has a PhD in the Cappadocians. He would be obviously an expert in patristics, specifically the Cappadocians. So yeah, there you go. And by the way, if you want to have a serious exchange, you can have an exchange with him. And I'll give props to Jake as well, because Jake has had those debates and discussions with Dr. Bo Branson. I don't believe Jake won those debates, or that. I don't know if they had more than. I know they had one. I don't know if they had two or three or not. But regardless, at least he's willing to do that. And pretty much the rest of the Roman Catholics, like, they don't want to do that. They don't want to talk to Dr. Branson. I'm happy to talk to him. It's fine. But the last time we tried this with Wagner, as you guys saw, it turned into this thing where I got booted after 5 minutes, and that was supposed to be an own, and it was just ridiculous, a waste of time. And then with those guys, it was like, well, obviously you can't debate the Filioque because you don't want to allow us to find Thomistic terminology in the Cappadocians and Thomistic ideas. And then again, they went to relative opposition, which is not relations of opposition, because that's the later medieval formulation. So once I started laying out what was actually going on and asked Wagner, well, would you take a look at these papers? And I think you'll see my position. It was like, I don't think he even cares to know what the position is. So I think, around 2022, things started shifting away from more of an intellectual approach to these questions, and it turned more and more to clip farming and trying to get reels out of all this, get shorts, which is partly the fault of, the algorithm and what they're trying to make the internet into, which is annoying, all the TikTok type stuff. But this is really just, it's overall worse off for everyone, because everyone assumes that you're going to be able to have a simple 60-second reel that's going to solve all of your, difficult theological issues. And it's not, obviously that's retarded, right? Like, if you take Filioque or essence energy distinction, it took me years of reading thousands of pages before I began to really understand that, the Western model of the triad is the reason why they end up with created grace and why they end up with absolute divine simplicity in their model with isomorphic reductionism and, modal collapse. I mean, it took me many years to get to even understand this whole line of argumentation and discourse. And then many years of reading the Orthodox side of things, Orthodox theologians, apologists, both church fathers, St. Maximus, Photius, Palamos at length, and then getting into modern Orthodox theologians like Larche and Staniloy and Losky and Florovsky. And you cannot do this adequately. You can't do it justice adequately, either for the audience or for yourself, if you just converted a year or two ago. And I get it. Young dudes want to, debate the theology. I was the exact same way in my 20s. But as I would tell myself in my 20s, dude, you don't know anything. You're not at the point yet where you actually get what's going on in these disputes. The only way to really be fruitful in a discussion of these topics is to do the reading. And very few people are going to do the reading. Okay. And I'm not just talking about, did you read the Cappadocians? There's also secondary literature it's just necessary. I'm sorry. Like, I wish it wasn't that way, but it is. If you want to debate those topics, if you want to get into filioque. Now, you don't have to. Nobody's saying you have to be involved in apologetics. Nobody's saying you have to figure out the filioque to know which church is true. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that these guys are interested in that. They're just like me when I was 20, 21, 22, and I did the exact same thing that Jesus and Whatnot's doing. I was a Thomist just like him. Came out, I was Protestant for a while, became Thomist, Catholic after being a Calvinist. I don't know if he was Calvinist, but whatever. And you just don't know how much you don't know yet. It takes a really long time to spend many, many, many years in these materials. And for a lot of those guys, well, what's the point of doing all that when I could just do like a, gotcha in a 30-second, 60-second reel, and then I can build an audience, because nobody's even going to care about reading an 800-page book anyway. Well, that's, again, I mean, I get why people do it, and we do reels as well, but I mean, we still do long form, hardcore, serious content, and we direct people to the actual reading material. And, I like the Catholic guys that we're still on decent terms with. I don't have personal problems with most of the Catholic dudes that I can think of. But I think what's a disappointment from my vantage point is just that none of the guys have been at all interested in engaging with or reading our material. So if you ask me, as Tim Gordon back in 2020, I listed a whole bunch of things to read before our future debate, and we didn't actually debate until 2025. So there's like 5 years, and Tim never read any of that material. And I get it. You're busy. You've got a lot of kids, but I mean, if you want to do the debate and you want to make it a good debate, I mean, dude, look, let me show you what I did. Before I debated Jake, I asked Jake for, what do you think needs to be read before we do this debate? Okay. And he said, well, there's a new publication of Ibn Taymiyyah. Okay. Here's this new 300-400 page book on Ibn Taymiyyah and the attributes of God. Okay. I read a shit ton of this thing. Like a 300-400 page book in preparation just for the first Jake debate. Okay. And to Jake's credit, he has an entire stack of Orthodox material. So he took it seriously. But most people, before going into debates, especially in the last several debates we've seen, people are just being super lazy. They get an AI ChatGPT spit out of a few pages, and they think that's preparation for a debate. It's not. Now, even though we all know that this is what debates have become, largely, that they're like entertainment, and we openly admit and say, hey, I'm going to do an entertainment blood sport debate, it's still a pearl clutching exercise. When I did this goofy, I told you guys exactly what was going to happen. I said, this is going to get a lot of views. It's going to be super entertaining.
Reformed.
When the 1 versus 5 comes out, they're all going to get mad and say how mean I was, even though everyone agreed that this was going to be a hardcore, no holds barred, blood sports style debate. That was what was agreed upon before we did this. Now, I would say, just 1 second here. My computer is acting up. I need to refresh this page because it's frozen here. Hold on a second. So it's not just an eschatological situation.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying it's eschatological.
You just said that the resurrection.
Okay.
You said so. You did. All right. Oh, I know what it is. I didn't update this stupid Mac last night, so it's acting weird. Okay. Well, we'll just hold off on playing those clips for the moment. But forgot what I was talking about. Oh, even though we agreed to this being essentially a bloodsport style debate, people really had a hard time with this. And if you look at the comments, it's all pearl clutching. Not all of it, I should say. I would say actually the majority of the audience seems to be really liking it. It's already got like almost 70,000 views overnight. Hasn't even been up for 24 hours. This was an agreed upon, basically comedic style debate. Okay, that's all it is. It wasn't serious. The Cholo cheater said at the outset he was bringing his meta glasses. So he did tell everybody he had meta glasses. And I didn't raise a stink at the beginning because I'm like, I'm going to call it out in the debate. Bring it. If you want to openly try to cheat, go for it. So then he brings the meta glasses on, and I was already dismissive because he did that. Why don't you shake his hand? Because he already admitted he had meta glasses. In the opening discussion, when James gave everybody the method and the plan of this debate. And then everyone agreed to no holds barred. You could say whatever you want. The rule is, though, you got to be there in their face for essentially, I don't remember if it was 8 or 9 minutes, whatever it was. So that's what happened. And in the comments, which are funny, I mean, like I would say 90%, 80 to 90% of the comments think it's hilarious. And there was a bunch. I told you guys there's going to be like viral clippable moments. Way better than the Cholo cheater guy, except when the Cholo cheater came back for the second time is when it got pretty funny in my view. But, and then the fat chick was funny. So my internet is my computer is acting weird because I didn't update the Mac. So the tabs are not pulling up right. So I'm trying to figure out, I don't know how to, I was going to play that clip. I don't know if I can play it. Let's take some calls because I want to see what's going on. People are saying you need to look at Andrew's update about Candace. Well, I'll play that if I can get the videos to work. Comedian, what's up? Comedian, you want to unmute? Comedian, do you want to unmute?
Well, I think I missed, but you can put me back down.
Oh, no problem. Billy, what's up? I should have updated the Mac before I did all this. This is super annoying because now I can't change the screen images. What's up, man?
Hey.
Yeah.
Am I on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so funny because I've been meaning to ask you a question the last few times I listened, and you sort of answered it in your intro today. I was going to ask, you're a great debater, obviously, and I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, don't get excited. But I was going to ask you, being Orthodox and doing all your preparation for these debates and obviously doing really well in them, how you temper that so you don't fall into pride. And you pretty much answered that in your intro, so I appreciate that. My other point was another one of my favorite debaters is probably Warren Smith. And a dream matchup for me is you and him. Not necessarily in a heated debate, but in a conversational one. He has kind of that easy to digest sort of non-structured Christian view of the world. And I would love to see you guys sort of debate the merits of that. I think it would be really interesting. And I think you match. You've got matching energy.
I've seen his videos. I thought they were pretty good. And I think I commented or tried to reach out to him on X. I don't think he replied, but So you're saying he has like a C.S. Lewis Mere Christianity type of view?
It's not even that. It's kind of, it's hard to explain. When he does talk about it, it seems to be this very non-structural, personal relationship with the creator kind of faith. You know, and because he comes across obviously as very intelligent, I don't deny his intelligence. And then his method of talking is very calm and deliberate. It's a very convincing kind of faith. So I think it would be really cool to see someone like yourself have a conversational debate with him, a dialectic, because it could be really neat rather than the confrontational Dyer, Dyer, you know, the Muslim bros.
Yeah, we can always, by the way, and this is what I said, appreciate that, it's a good idea. This is what I said to Jesus and Whatnot today when we had a good conversation. I said, look, we usually match the energy of what the people bring. And so if they want to bring, you know, heated blood sports, I'll do that. If you want to have the civil conversation, you guys remember what, 2 nights ago, we had the Roman Catholic guy that called in, perfectly civil, over an hour conversation back and forth. That was a model conversation. And that guy was super chill, super cool about it. So, okay, now the screens are working again. That's good. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see if we can fix this. Oh, I wanted to mention Hasan too, because this idiot's everywhere. But yeah, I'm open to having a discussion with Warren. That guy seems like a intelligent, cool guy, and he's getting a good bit of views on his channel. Now, you're saying Andrew is saying something about the Candace debate. By the way, yeah, I would. Of course, I would host the Candace debate. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I mean, I don't know if I'm in the running. I do have legitimate questions with the Charlie Kirk shooting. So I probably don't agree with Andrew on every single point, but I also have a lot of disagreement with Candace, as you guys know. So I do have disagreements, but of course, I don't know if Candace would think that I'm a neutral enough person, but I don't know what her mindset is. I mean, if I was asked to be the moderator, I would do it. When she's saying, isn't she saying that he has to come talk to her on her home turf or whatever? So does that mean in Nashville? I mean, it would be very easy for me to do, but I don't even know if I'm being considered. So let's see. Probably people are joking. I just assume people were joking when they said that, hey, you need to host this.
Let me give everyone.
So let's see what Andrew's statement is here.
An update of exactly where we are. A few weeks ago, Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs the Whatever podcast, offered up $100,000 for Candace Owens to debate with me about the murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. He eventually raised it to $150,000, to which I said I would match it if we could actually debate on neutral ground. I expressed this story recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. Candace and her fans' reactions were volatile, to say the least. She issued a strange counter that I needed.
So by the way, people are saying that, okay, first it was Michael Knowles, and Michael Knowles said no, and then somebody said Joe Rogan, and then somebody, now I don't know if this is true because I haven't looked it up, but people in the chat are saying that Candace has said she does not want Joe Rogan to be the moderator. So anyway.
To pay her $500,000, and that TPUSA needed to, quote, claim me. Now, I don't work for TPUSA, so I couldn't grant that concession, as it would have been a lie. She followed with an offer of me paying $300,000 to debate her at her home on the topic of if Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and if he was a federal patsy or not. Obviously, this gives massive advantages to Owens, but I'm never one to back down from a debate challenge, even if I think the terms are fundamentally unfair. We entered into negotiations, and during those negotiations, Joe Rogan contacted us both, asking to host our debate. This is perhaps something you guys don't know.
Oh, interesting.
Obviously, I thought that changed.
So Joe Rogan offered to host it. Interesting.
Changed everything, as that would guarantee the biggest platform for both of us to make our case on neutral ground. Unsurprisingly to me, Candace Owens declined. No control, you see. She insisted it be at her home still, even after Rogan said He would come in on his off day to do the debate, and I would still give her the $300,000. You would think if she was actually trying to change the minds of normies and reach a new audience, that's where she would go, but sadly, no. After many rounds of negotiations and a new moderator stepping in who assures us it'll be fair, we came to an agreement. I went ahead and sent the $300,000, and it has been confirmed by her staff and to us that it has been sent. I am going to clear the air on a few things. I wasn't some Charlie Kirk fanboy. In fact, I had my and still have my disagreements with him. But I always thought TPUSA did way more good than it did harm to the conservative movement. But I will never forget the series of TikTok invasions I did.
Okay, so people are saying that Patrick Bet-David is going to host it.
Post Charlie's death, only to watch the lunatic left laughing and mocking and having the time of their lives watching the spiral of chaos that came after. It was enraging, to say the least. I know I'm not a very nice man. I get that. But I am a very kind man. I lamented many times to my wife how god-awful the family and friends of Charlie must feel about what happened to him after he died. Trying to find some new normal under intense media scrutiny, balancing duty and obligation with remorse, regret, and overwhelming sadness. My stated objective for my platform, The Crucible, has been unwavering, and I've never strayed from its goal. Destroy the left. Take them on everywhere on their own turf, outside their turf, at their events, in their safe spaces, challenge them everywhere and destroy their ideas. Be unrelenting, never stop, and not one step back. This woman, Candace, has been terrorizing both the widow of Charlie Kirk and the organization he left behind. It's obvious her stated goal is to destroy the largest conservative college and high school outreach program currently in existence. Do I disagree with a lot of TPUSA ideas? I do. I would rather try to change them, though, than burn down the only organization in my lifetime to really get a foothold in academia, the thing conservatives have wanted for 60 years. In the following weeks, I will be relentlessly attacked from the Candace Owens cult for daring to put their leader to the question and for daring to question the questioners. I accept that as a side effect of challenging what has become a powerful industry of conspiracy peddling true crime nonsense, which has a sycophantic and cult-like following. They have been at it for days, going through everything they can possibly dig up about me to hurt me, as there is multitudes of millions of dollars on the line for these creators, and they will stop at nothing to protect their interests, regardless of the lives they destroy along the way. Many creators and...
I mean, is there... I mean, what are the multitudes of millions of dollars? Because Candace has such a large cult that even if she objectively loses the debate, I don't think it would even phase her audience. Like, if she gets demolished, the Candace cult will literally just say, oh, well, Andrew is propped up by the government and TPUSA, and he's the CIA, FBI operative, and this is all fake, and they all planted this, and they all cheated, and it's all... like, they're not gonna... I mean, because... did I title today's show? I think I meant to title it Where Everybody's in Cults. Is that what I called it? That's what I was gonna call it. No, I didn't title it that. Everybody's in cults because everybody is now attached to their new media person. And I mean, unfortunately, that's just how media is. So it's not like I'm expecting human nature to change and there to not be like media personalities that people are just sort of wedded to. But that's the way it is. And also you have to realize that people love entertainment. They want to be entertained. And it's only always ever going to be a small portion of people that actually do want to do the super high IQ, high tier type of debate. So there's always going to be this blood sports, type stuff. I'm talking about my debate. I think this could potentially be an interesting high tier debate. It'll probably be the biggest debate for a while. Might even end up being the biggest debate. I'm trying to remember what would be the biggest to date debate. Was it like remember that Joe Rogan one with Dave Smith and Douglas, the gay dude, whatever that guy's name was? That was a huge debate. I mean, that had like probably 10, 20 million views, I'm guessing. I can't think of what would be a bigger debate, maybe. But I still just don't necessarily think that like, even if Candace just got demolished in the debate, I don't think this would really damage Candace very much, because I don't think people are actually, they're wedded to the personalities. They're not wedded to like the objectively true and false types of, issues. Could you make me an espresso? Are you busy? Thank you. Appreciate that. Is everybody okay? Okay.
Private individuals have reached out to help me with this financial burden, and they understand the fallout, which is likely to come for me and my family for doing the right thing when it mattered the most. Now, to be clear, I've already sent Candace the $300,000 and fulfilled my end of the contract with her. If you guys want to help me in bearing that cost and help cushion the overwhelming attacks from her sycophants, here's where you can donate. Many of us are in this fight together, win or lose. Maybe I can do something to change its course for the entirety of the conservative movement.
So, because the debate, or excuse me, the monetary value is up to 500,000 is what I'm assuming is going on here. All right, so people are saying that it's going to be PBD hosting it. I mean, obviously it was going to be me. They want the host to be somebody obviously with a large platform, right? So it's got to be somebody with, that level of gravitas that PBD has. Now, people are all over Hasan because people are noting that Hasan's got a $3 million West Hollywood home. Hasan is a socialist, been accused of being an operative of foreign governments. Hasan is previously in text messages claims that he's a white person, and recently is everywhere because he says it is his goal to end white people, to end Western white civilization is what his goal is. Now, I think this dude is totally a sellout, but I do think he's a sellout who is literally pushing and believes, I think he probably does believe in his socialism. I think he's a piece of crap, but he seems to be committed to these positions. But of course, these are foreign operative funded, and I don't even think he's smart enough to know that. This dude's an idiot. So he doesn't even know that like socialism and monopoly capitalism at the tip top are actually two sides of a false dialectic. So I think he believes that, because he's not that smart, he believes that socialism is some real, counter-establishment movement. And so, again, as we pointed out in a lot of our videos detailing the history of socialist Marxist movements, you got to understand that for people in these worldviews, they don't care if it's a contradiction. They think contradictions are necessary and good. They don't care if it's hypocritical. There's nothing wrong morally with being hypocritical or lying if it furthers the agenda. That's their explicit stated view. And so people are still mystified, like, how could Hasan say he's a white person and then say he wants to destroy white people? Because that's what communism is. Communism and socialism are movements based on and built on the acceptance of contradiction as essential to the paradigm program. That is dialectics. Dialectics is contradictions constantly butting up against each other for all of eternity. I think Lenin said, struggle is the essence of Marxism forever. It is never peace, because every generation has to negate the previous. Even if you think you've achieved the next phase of revolution, you still have to be critiqued by the next generation. So you see how insidious revolutionary Marxist socialist philosophy is. And in his mind, because he is self-consciously Marxist and socialist, he doesn't have to be that smart. It's his ethos to affirm contradictions, to affirm I guess what you could say is a kind of moral nihilism or moral relativism, because whatever you do in the furtherance of revolution is justified. You see what I'm saying? Let's see. Let's take some calls. We can take calls on whatever subjects you want. Let's see. I wanted to find Let's see. Here he is talking about white people again.
Weaver said, if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over, and impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is. But that's also part of the reason why I really respect what he's doing. She's awesome.
What? That's a goal?
Hey, Jamie.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said, if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize
he'd ever read, with perhaps the exception of Nietzsche. And since you've read Jung, I was curious if you find his thinking perhaps a cut above the Aleister Crowleys, the Manly P. Halls, the other kind of Gnostic mystics. Reading him, do you get that sense, or do you find it just to be that kind of same nonsense?
I mean, we did a discussion of Carl Jung's books, Archetypes of Collective Unconscious, maybe a year ago when we were doing some of the Peterson lectures. And I didn't really get a whole lot deep out of it. I thought there was a couple insights here and there. But overall, I would say I was a little unimpressed. So I would disagree with Jordan Peterson that Carl Jung is that high tier, honestly.
You know, he's not actually real. He's an amalgamation of like different. There was no real person called Carl Jung. It's just
he's attempting to be funny. If you guys are wondering what's happening, I'm just kidding.
So the reason I asked Jay was because I think you made the great point that in Ion, the idea that Jung wants you to integrate the Antichrist as part of your total personality, and that's why he thinks Christ fails.
Right.
That's like insane, like the Charles Manson philosophy, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know why people think that that's like so high tier. To me, it's pretty low tier. Yeah, I apologize. Thank you for a great question there, Eric. And if you go back and watch the, I actually got more out of Jordan Peterson than I got out of Carl Jung, honestly. So, and I have plenty of critiques of Jordan Peterson. But if you go back to what I was saying when I was muted for a couple seconds there, I was saying that I'm rambling, but I'm essentially agreeing with the point that Elon Musk makes right here. When Hasan says he wants to destroy Caucasian cracker peoples, he means it. And here is the tweet, him saying a while back, oh, by the way, I'm a white dude. Oh, but by the way, I also want to destroy white dudes. And I'm just trying to point out, we did a long diatribe podcast 2 years ago, maybe we did 2 or 3, about Marxism and socialism and how they intentionally accept contradictions. And you don't understand Marxism and socialism until you understand that, right? Because conservatives, so-called conservatives, are always interested in, but let me show you that you are not being ethical. You are being a liar and you are contradicting yourself. They don't care. Yeah, they accept and believe in doing those things. In fact, it's essential to Marxism to contradict. And so what you think is a strength in your calling out their dishonesty is actually their very idea of what your weakness is. Abstract, what's up? I'm not saying you can't call those things out. I'm just saying that conservatives and normie conservatives are just too dumb to figure out that, no, you're dealing with cunning people who weaponize lies, and they don't care about what's true, and they don't care about morals. Morals are just a weapon, because it's ultimately power, oppress, and oppressor dynamics is what's really going on here. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. I wanted to ask kind of what your take on freedom of speech is. I used to really be like libertarian and be like, oh yeah, absolute freedom of speech. But like now that I'm like, you know, seeing more of the stuff online and seeing how people are just so stupid, they're just like manipulated so easily. I'm just wondering, like, I still don't want it censorship or anything like that, but like, what is your take on all that? Like,
Yeah, I think we would have limitations on speech as any historic Christian nation has had. You know, you're not free to blaspheme in Christian nations, historically speaking. So there might be a little more freedom than you might have in like Muslim nations for speech. But the idea that unbridled free speech is some like fundamental human right is Enlightenment baloney. I mean, says who? Where do you get that from, right? Where does nature, quote unquote, give you this unbridled right, quote unquote, to free speech? It doesn't exist. So, now exactly what types of laws or practical effects would actually exist in a Christian society? It's a very difficult question, especially with the modern world, as to how that would be regulated or laid out. I don't know all the answers to that, but I mean, we certainly have the principles at least in place that, for example, no, you can't blaspheme openly. You can't, you know, and by the way, we already have limitations on free speech anyway, right? Like you can't call for violence, right? Go ahead.
Fire in the theater.
Yeah. So there's already limitations on it. And you could even argue that in a Christian society, there would be more freedom in the sense of, because it's actually, you know, woke type people that really want anything that supposedly hurts people's feelings. Okay, well, there's nothing about Christian ethics that would ban or forbid speech based around hurting people's feelings. It doesn't even make sense. But speech that's relating to crimes, violence, libel, slander, which we already have laws on all that kind of stuff anyway. And then I think you would say also things like blasphemy. So, and then probably the arts as well. You can't, you know, I can't publicly, you know, write a speech where I'm promoting, you know, underage SRA or something. You can't write stories and make movies promoting SRA openly or something. Go ahead.
And certainly, I would hope the like certain rights to vote would be eliminated from certain groups of people, and that's just a ridiculous, you know, kind of post-Enlightenment French Revolution idea. Like everybody gets right of equal like idiots, and I mean it's just ridiculous. Which is why you hear this, the talking point from leftoids is always democracy.
Yeah, exactly.
Democracy. It's like.
But one thing one thing I'll say about Hasan, not positive, I don't like the guy, but he at least is advanced enough in his Marxism, socialism to recognize that he's not a liberal, right? People need to understand that liberals are not Marxists. Marxist socialists hate liberals. Those are two competing positions, at least historically speaking. Nowadays, with, you know, idiots coming out of college and, you know, 20-year-olds on the internet, it's all kind of jumbled up. But if you go back to the Cold War, the West defeated Marxism, socialism in the Cold War, at least through liberalism. Western liberalism was what was set up against Soviet objectivism and the science of Marxism, right? So remember, Marxism sees itself and treats itself as if it's economic, social science, right? Because Marx, if you remember, he actually dedicated, I want to say the Communist Manifesto, but it might have been an earlier work, but it's dedicated to Darwin because he actually thought that, oh, I'm actually doing what Darwin's doing, but in economics and social order. And so for him, I'm not saying it's true, but he portrayed himself as literally a scientist. The science of history and social order and class order, etc., economic order.
Remember, that's why Karl Popper developed his
open society.
No, the non-falsification principle, where he developed that. He was actually responding to Karl Marx because he couldn't stand, and the Marxists, that like that can't be science.
Well,
that's not science. What's the demarcation?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And by the way, that's why Popper was actually part of the Western establishment's Cold War approach. Right. This is why Soros named his group the Open Society Institute. It's named after Popper because Popper is anti-Marxist. Now, that doesn't mean Karl Popper is good. It's just pointing out that between Popper's Open Society and the acceptance of the Western intelligentsia and intelligence establishment to push Popper in the Cold War, that was seen as a useful tool. And it's not the only tool. For example, as we pointed out, I mean, the CIA went and recruited French deconstructionists. They recruited postmodernists to anything that would be set against Soviet ideology was used, whether it's abstract art or whether it's road to serfdom, anything like that is used. And we've covered that over and over and over. And I'm just trying to point out that Hasan is at least more of like a classical type of Marxist or socialist of some kind, because he seems to me to actually be anti-liberal. And this is just because people don't understand what liberalism is. But then again, I mean, I'm not a huge Hasan follower, so he might not even he might be too retarded to even know any of that. I have no idea. He seems to really just be there to prop up Mamdani at this point. Because all I ever see him talking about is Mamdani. But he's like a huge fan of 9/11, which is bizarre. I mean, it's just this guy's just a weirdo. To me, just obviously is something creepy and off with this dude. However, he's, emblematic of socialism, I guess you could say, today. So if you wanted to have a classical liberal, the essence of classical liberalism, it'd be James Lindsay, right? And then if you want the essence of pseudo socialism, it would be Hasan. And those two, you might think, oh, they're diametrically opposed. No, they're actually two sides of the same Enlightenment dialectical coin. That's my point. My point is that one side of the gay face is James Lindsay. Flip it around, the other gay face, like a Janus, is Hasan Piker. Anyway, I don't think Hasan would debate me. I mean, we're doing good with these debates. We're gaining traction. We're gaining audience. The Tucker interview was a huge bump, but I think we still probably got to get up into we got to get up into the 200, 300,000s, I think, on X before we get noticed by some of these other big goobers. And then maybe when we get YouTube up to 300,000-400,000, we can get a little more notoriety or notice. I mean, I'm just assuming that's how they think, but who knows? Maybe they would actually come debate sooner. Let's see. Tactical Orthobro, what's up? Yeah, he's an influencer with an idiot fan base, absolutely. But you know what? A lot of influencers are influencers with idiot fan. I think we have the highest IQ fan base out here. I really do. I think we've kept the quality. We got high quality standards for our audience base. Go ahead. What's up?
Hey, I was just going to let you know, I know for a fact that Hasan Piker debated Ethan Klein. It was not good. I don't think Hasan Piker will ever debate again after that. And it was kind of like watching
Two
Go ahead. Well, Sam Hyde said it best, where he says watching two homeless people fight over a couch that says free on it, and you're just like,
Yeah.
you know,
So like the meme, two retards fighting.
yeah, it was bad. I will say it's kind of funny because we've obviously dealing with that guy Corey Mahler and stuff for the last little while. You said earlier you were talking about Catholics, and you said that you had this like it's like a psycho cult. I'm like, I'm at that point too. I literally would just say Vatican II, and I started getting death threats if I just quoted Vatican II. Someone actually tried to hunt me down and managed to find a little bit about me and stuff, and I was like, dude, what's wrong with you people?
You're saying a Roman Catholic was trying to like dox you or something because you quoted Vatican II?
Oh yeah, just saying any. I literally would, because I've gotten to a point where when I talk with Catholics, I just say Vatican II, Vatican II, Vatican II.
Well, Vatican II. I mean, you definitely. I mean, I'm not doubting that, but when I think back to so we had Albrecht saying he was going to beat me up. That was one of the first ones. I had DMs on Instagram from Roman Catholics saying he was going to come get me and beat me up. We had Trent Doherty trying to fight me in the debate with Father Deacon Ananias. My priest had a Roman Catholic drunk calling him up, acting aggressive and acting weird. I don't know if he made any threats, but he was angry and drunk. We had, I'm trying to think. I would say in my experience, ironically, there's been a lot more Roman Catholic domain potential violence versus even Muslims. I can't even think of a Muslim that's even said they want to behead me or whatever. So the Roman Catholics are more mad at me than even Muslims are. So I don't know. It's weird. But I also think that, in the Roman Catholic world, you just have a lot of very low information voters who are also a lot of times, they're struggling with alcoholism. They've got some, and I know that because I've known a lot of Roman Catholics. So you got a lot of drunks in that domain. So anyway, beautiful Tristana. Now we had a huge debate with Tristana 2 nights ago on alien abductions, and Tristan is pro alien abduction. He thinks that it's good to do all the butt stuff. Aliens are actually our saviors, whatever his view is. It's very bizarre. And he triples down that he won the debate. Of course it's not true, but that's where we are.
Well, you didn't even agree to a debate. I'm not saying it's a debate necessarily. I'm just saying that I won. First of all, you misrepresent my position consistently.
Well, now you're actually exposed for lying, because in the text messages you say that you won the debate. So now you're saying it's not.
I won the engagement. I won the conversation. I won the relationship, the friendship.
Hey, that makes 2, man. You lost against me on the old coffee debate, the famous Florida coffee debate, and now Tristana, man.
All right. Well, I guess it's time to pack it up.
You notice how
pack it up, boys.
Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer.
Jay Dyer. Here, now he's going full Libiano. Here he goes, full Libiano.
So, but you were talking about all these unhinged people. It's the Roman Catholics that are so unhinged. But then you don't even mention me. Like, so you're trying to hide my very existence and my level of absolute J derangement. I don't appreciate that.
Well, I see that you are struggling with whatever's happened to you. I don't know what happened in your abduction. I never even denied that you were abducted and groped and raped by Greys. I always affirmed. I gave you a safe space. I never challenged or doubted you. And so I just want to say there is help for you, even if you were made into being the bitch slave of the Greys, like your terminology, quote, the bitch slave of the Greys. Like, I'm here for you.
He just invents a history that wasn't even my position. My position, if you remember correctly, my position was just anti-J. It wasn't pro-Gray. It wasn't anything. It was just against you as a person. So that's you misrepresented the position.
I mean, you were literally pro Jack Parsons, pro Crowley, pro alien probing. That was your position.
look, I was a little bit under influence, I'll say.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's okay. I might have been blacked out. I might have.
You might have done the cha. You might have done the cha-cha. There might have been a cha-cha that you did with the aliens, like Christopher Walken.
I might have accidentally scopely myself.
Yes.
When I was trying. Listen, Jay. Hold on, Jay. All right, Jay Dyer. I might have accidentally scopely myself when I was practicing for my alien abduction MK Ultra cult. And I don't remember everything that I said or positions that I took, but I'm sure that I won because I have a really strong feeling in my burning in the bosom, and I would just appreciate if you would, when you're talking about people who are unhinged and stalking you,
that's fair,
and threatening violence against you, I would appreciate if you'd say my name and not just be afraid to mention it.
Okay, look, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna say yes. Tristan really did do the cha-cha. Here's the scene. This happened. I believe it. Look at that Masonic handshake. He's doing a Masonic handshake with the Greys.
Wow, is that Christopher Walken?
Yes, it is. This is, yes. And they're making funny faces at each other. They're about to do the dance. Look, they're doing the cha-cha. Oh, wow. The cha-cha. Oh, wow. I like this dance. There you go. Tristan, I affirm you. I believe that you did it with the aliens. You did it. You did it. All right, that's enough of that. Chrysostom, what's up? We've affirmed, Tristan, it is a safe space. Wow, thank you. Somebody handed out 50 free memberships. Appreciate that. Chrysostom, what's up, dog? Are you going to unmute or no? I got to quit playing the Walking with Aliens or they're going to stop my stream. Last chance, dude. All right, moving on. Wombat, what's up, dude? Wombat, what's on your mind? Huge.
What's up, Jay?
What's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, you've been entertaining me for the past 6 months, so I thought I'd give you a story about a DMT demon possession that happened to me.
Okay, let's not talk about our DMs on OnlyFans, okay? Don't mention that on the stream. I've been entertaining him for, quote, 6 months. That's a joke, by the way.
Those photos I saved to my special folder. Keep away from my wife.
Okay, what'd you say? You had what?
So
a demon possession story from DMT?
A DMT full-on demon possession, which I know you believe. I've heard you and your wife talk about demon possession through mushrooms and DMT and stuff like that. So I thought I'd tell you an actual story that happened to me, which is the reason why I've completely sworn off psychedelics, LSD, when I used to be like a complete psychonaut, like do it all the time. And it was super traumatic, almost killed myself. And it was really intense. So basically, I had taken LSD with some friends, some work friends, and went to Knott's Berry Farm and had a blast like 2 years ago. And then last year, the same friends were like, hey, how about we take a bunch of mushrooms and go to Magic Mountain? And I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And so we went to breakfast, and I took about an eighth of mushrooms. And all mushrooms, you know, depending on the strain, could be different intensities. And this one was incredibly intense. And even though I had just eaten, it hit me like a ton of bricks, like an insane amount. And mind you, I had actually done 5-MeO DMT, which I don't know if you know what that is. Like a couple months prior to this.
I don't know.
It's like you don't know?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's from a toad. So 5-MeO DMT is the most potent psychedelic.
You're saying we can get DMT from Eric Ibarra?
A toad, yeah, his clams.
How do you get that from Eric Ibarra? That's crazy.
The Sonoran Desert toad. It's in Mexico.
Yeah, Eric Ibarra. Right.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen the Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia episode about it.
No, I don't know. I don't know any of this stuff, dog. I don't know I don't know I don't know Psychonaut. I'm not into Psychonaut cult. I mean, I read the books, but I'm not into that stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's good. Like, the point of the story is to warn you and everyone else
Right.
to basically stay away from psychedelics entirely. It's
Okay.
coming from somebody who really loved them, so I'm
Gotcha.
trying to actually help people.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, you're welcome.
Stay away from Magic Mountain, man. That place.
Oh, dude, that was my first job when I was 15, so you don't have to tell me twice.
Magic Mushroom Mountain.
Magic Mushroom Mountain. There you go.
So
Magic Mushroom Mountain.
So I haven't done ayahuasca, but from what I've learned online, from the books I've read and the people I've talked to, 5-MeO-DMT is the most potent psychedelic on the planet. It is very different from NN-DMT, which is what they extract from the bark, and it gives you a completely different experience than that colloquial DMT. When people say DMT, they're thinking of NN-DMT, which is a very different chemical makeup than 5-MeO-DMT. So that's a very important distinction that people need to understand. 5-MeO-DMT can be synthesized, but it biologically is produced in this toad, which they squeeze out of its gland on its back. And so you can go to Mexico and you can pay thousands of dollars to have a shaman give this to you. But my buddy, who's a psychonaut, met a shaman who would just sell it to him. So he did it. He started doing it and was like, hey, I saw God. I want to give this to you. I had already written up on it. I was listening to podcasts on it. I was like, hell yeah. And we had done maybe 20 hits or 20 different experiences of 5-MeO-DMT. It was a life-changing experience. I mean, I really did believe I had a God level experience. I started actually administering this to people. It was actually all good in this setting, right? But what ended up happening is after doing that, something changed physiologically in me to where any psychedelic that I would take afterward, whether it's LSD or mushrooms, was like 30 times more potent, including just weed, where I could actually get into completely different dimensional states just by taking regular cannabis and regular DMT and mushrooms. So I was not prepared for this crazy mushroom experience that happened to me last year. So I'll just fast forward to that story, which is I took these mushrooms thinking it was going to be a regular mushroom trip. What ended up happening is after about an hour being at Magic Mountain, I'm going on some rides, having a good time. I'm feeling the strength and intensity of the mushrooms, but I'm still very present and not psychotic. But literally a DMT-like space opened up into my vision. I could still see the people at Magic Mountain. We were sitting down at the benches, but I could literally see overlay over my vision this DMT-like temple with a bunch of eyes all over the temple. It was kind of like a green space. And there was this...
Dude, have you ever seen the art of Alex Gray, bro? Have you ever seen the art of Alex Gray? It's so trippy, dude.
100%. I actually was a huge Alex Gray fan before this.
1,000%, bro. 1,000%.
So this, almost the best way to describe it is like a lizard-like thing with a giant snout and teeth and 4 arms literally appears inside of this temple.
The Cheetah Ori, David Icke and the Cheetah Ori.
That's Smiley. It ain't no demon. That's my homie.
I know you've seen some of these in real life. But
That's the Cheetah Ori. That's David Icke's Cheetah Ori, dude.
And I've never had a psychotic hallucination like this before. So this is, and again, I've had maybe hundreds of psychedelic experiences. So this is the warning. So this thing appeared to me. And before this, I had been wanting to communicate with interdimensional beings. I've been wanting to have that experience. So when this thing appeared to me, my initial thing was I was afraid of it because what the hell was happening? I've never had this happen. It looked scary as hell, like the giant lizard thing. And its tongue shot out towards me. And at first, I just didn't want to say anything to my 2 friends. I didn't want to mention to them I was having this hallucination. I just tried to ignore it. So we were walking from one ride to the next, to the Batman ride. And all the while, this thing is communicating with me telepathically saying, I have a gift for you. I have a gift for you. And I was just I don't want it. I don't want it. And the intensity within my body felt more and more intense. And then it opened up its hands to me, and it basically manifested this giant cube that was spinning. And out of the top and bottom of the cube, there was these rays going out. And from that, I felt a deeper energy in my core. And it said, no, you're going to be offered this gift, and you're going to accept it. And I kept saying, no, 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 no. But the intensity was so strong that eventually I gave in, and I said, sure, yes. And as soon as I said yes, I went into complete psychosis. I literally told my friends, I'm going to go find my wife, and literally just abandoned them. I took my phone, I smashed it on the ground. I started screaming violently. People around the park were looking at me like I was crazy.
No, it's time to go to the liturgy, dude, to get the exorcism prayers.
Oh, yeah. No, dude. I literally thought I was God. I thought I could conjure up Jesus, so I started snapping my fingers like I was Thanos, trying to conjure up Jesus. I tried to conjure up different gurus in my life, like Jordan Peterson, thinking I could talk to them. When they weren't conjuring...
You tried to conjure Jordan Peterson to talk to him?
Yeah, because I thought it was God, so I thought I could, like, just literally snap my fingers like Thanos and have
Well,
a
you know,
conversation
it's
with Jesus.
nice to finally meet God, and he's just a DMT bro. Hey, it's time.
Like Ben Shapiro.
I can't wait for
Why the heck would you conjure me? By the way, I'm trying to take a nap. You know, I'm not feeling great, and you're trying to conjure me.
I love the Kermit Jordan. Anyway, so they basically escort me out of the park. I was already headed there anyway. I started literally trying to rip road signs off the street. I thought that I was God, but I was hating being a human. So I started walking in front of cars, trying to kill myself so that I could end my life and then become God fully.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you not doing it anymore. It's a great story, example of repentance. I'm still just laughing though that like you got that interdimensional consciousness hotline, and the first person you think to call is Jordan Peterson. You're not gonna call Tiny Mustache Man. You're not gonna call up Lucy, the first ape human woman. You're not gonna call up Cain and Abel. You're not gonna call up frickin' Guy Ritchie.
No, hold on.
No, you're gonna call Jordan of all people. You're gonna call Jordan. You're not gonna call up frickin' Apostle Paul. Why are you gonna call up Jordan Peterson? I'm embarrassed with that power that you had, that you only called up Jordan Peterson. Anyway, what were we gonna say, FTA?
Well, if you're really smart, you would have called up Helen Keller.
No, if he was smart, he would have called up people that could see call up somebody from the future and then get the lottery numbers, dude. Pull up Biff Tannen. Remember when Biff got the scores? Yeah, exactly.
Yep, from the demon, from the time
demon,
interdimensional time demon. You didn't know that's what Back to the Future is all about? It's basically
Time Lords. It's about Doctor Who. Yeah.
No, it's all about he's taking DMT and actually he's not actually going anywhere. He's just some stupid teenager in the 80s that's like tripping out. He's talking to this guy named Doc, and basically meets Doc's basically an alien.
Or is Doc his MK Ultra handler who's programming?
Oh, yeah. But
Marty.
Biff's obviously an interdimensional demon.
Yes, Biff is the Archon, right? Because he's the dark Yaldabaoth, evil creator god. Because in part 2, if you remember, the future ends up being Biff Tannen as Donald Trump. I'm not joking, by the way. Like, they actually make Biff into a Donald Trump character in part 2. Remember, he's like the president, and he has a giant casino tower. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
It's supposed to be Trump.
He's got a Trump tower, yeah.
And he even the logo even looks like Trump, because I remember last time we watched it, I was like, dude, they're trying to.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Let me see if I can pull up Biff's.
By the way, you should do.
What?
You should do like movie analysis.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I never thought about that. So notice it's like literally like supposed to be like Trump Tower, right? So Biff Tannen's Pleasure Palace, and he's got Trump hair. He's got puffy, giant puffy Trump hair. And people have noticed this, by the way. They're like, yeah, Biff is supposed to be Donald Trump. Like, people have been saying this for a long time.
But Father Ananias is onto something. You could even call it Jay's analysis, because you're Jay and you do analysis of like movie stuff.
No, but I was gonna say what you should do is like ones that are just like totally absurd. Like, well, Quantum Leap could be another like acid trip. Anything with like time or something. But here's the guy, it's just like a 60s burnout. And he thinks he's actually talking to this other guy with a cigar and like, but it's not real. The other one you could do too, here's a freebie, Rambo. And Rambo actually, here's another, Day's Analysis of Delusion. That's what it'll be called. And Rambo's not actually going and fighting these people. He was actually a dude in Vietnam that got sprayed with Agent Orange, and he's just got like, he's locked up in a mental institution and thinks he's going out and saving all these people and like, but he's literally just locked up. So I think you should do like film analysis like that. Like the true, like the analysis that no one else will actually tell you what Rambo really means. What do you think?
Yeah. By the way, guys, remember, I don't know if you knew this. I can't remember I think we've talked about Alex Gray a long time ago, but so those two sisters that converted to Orthodoxy, Amy and I forget the other one's name, but I don't think they like me anymore because they think I'm too mean or something. But they came to our Florida event when Cotel spoke, and they used to be in the Alex Gray circles, and they used to hang out and do art at Alex Gray's chapel. Did you know he has his own chapel?
Is that it on the screen?
Yeah, so he basically created this psychedelic church. It's called Chapel of the Sacred Mirrors. And basically you go there and I guess you just trip out and look at his demonic icons. But what's interesting is that it's like I mean, the ideology is kind of like Orthodox, and people will talk about sort of Hindu imagery, right? Some people have actually become Orthodox because of like, I'm not saying they converted from Hinduism, but I'm saying that, you know, they found a easy transition from like being in ashrams and understanding like the architecture of the ashrams and whatnot, and then becoming Orthodox. And it's just interesting that he's got this, he calls it an Entheon chapel. So it's like where you go to trip at Alex Gray's,
like entheogens.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
And I guess this is the outside of it, which is pretty crazy looking. So it actually looks very Hindu-esque, right? So you'll notice, yeah, there it is. There's the outside of this crazy thing. It looks like 100% a Hindu ashram. You'll even notice like, it looks like a lot of different influences. So you've got like South American, Latin, South American tribal type of influences, Inca, Maya type influence. You've got what looks like Persian influence on some of the griffin looking figures. You've got the ascent of man in terms of evolution. And then when man evolves, he's talking to aliens. So it's another, you know, alien cult. And shocker, Alex Gray, bro, you're not talking to aliens. You're talking to demons. You're not discovering anything new. It's the same fallen demonic entities that every world religion has been talking to on their various drug trips. So here's the roof of it, which is pretty crazy. These are all the demonic eyes that are sort of in a.
It's actually scary.
It is. It's like it's a harmonized like consciousness, right? Like all of the demons sort of share a common mind. Kind of like Go ahead.
What was the skull? God, I'm blanking. Crystal Skull.
The Indiana Jones thing?
Yeah, the Indiana Jones.
Oh, that's right. They were that way. Yeah, the aliens all had the same consciousness. Exactly. And you'll notice here's some of the artwork. I guess this is the roof of it. You've got Star of David. You've got Hindu. That looks like actual Hindu deities. You've got like Chinese dancing demons. Here they are laying out nude, doing their meditation. Didn't actually show the nudity, I don't think. I'm just playing another YouTube video, so can't. I don't know what that is. Did he make up a language or something? Anyway, let's see. But what's interesting to me is that it's actually like self-consciously religious, right? This, whatever he calls this chapel, right? It's very religious. Here they're all chanting. I don't know what they're doing here. Yoga, of course. So, you know, as with a lot of the artistic types, you know, they feel like they're channeling some spirit and that they're ordained to this, you know, role, much like if you watch the interview that we did on Tristan's channel. And this was a really good discussion about Whitley Strieber and how the intelligence sphere kind of chooses these people to kind of be these agents of disinformation. Now, I'm not saying that Alex Gray is a chosen agent of intelligence agencies or anything like that, but he doesn't have to be, because he's already under, you know, quite obviously, you know, demonic influence. So that's what's going on here. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting how self-consciously religious his whole psychedelic sphere is.
Well, it's amazing how much overlap there is between all the alien abductee cult things and the psychedelic cult. Is really they're describing the similar experience.
Exactly.
Where the alien abductees are usually brought in through intense trauma, and it seems like there's some possible connection to, like, you know, childhood trauma, ritual trauma, and even just not normal, but like basic childhood, you know, abuse, not in a ritual way. And that kind of the fracturing of the psyche and like the entry point for the demonic gets open in that way. And I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. It's
Yeah, well, interesting call. Appreciate that guy calling in, but no, I would not recommend the liturgy at Alex Gray's chapel. So that is not a canonical liturgy.
El Pitaforus is doing that now.
Vladimir, what's up, dude? By the way, I was wrong. I thought it was at 70,000 views. It's not. It's at 62,000 views. Because if I don't exactly specify where I was wrong, I will get clipped and exposed as a liar. Dyer lies about his views on his videos. He said 70. It's actually 62. What's up, man?
Hi. My name's Dominic Vladimir in baptism. My family and I just joined the Orthodox Church this past Christmas, thanks in no small part to you.
Cool. Many years.
Yeah. Slight topic shift, but not quite, considering the paranoia of the individual in question. So I'm hoping to come to DebateCon 9 with you debating David Wood.
Mhm.
And I was just wondering, like, if you had any predictions of how that's going to go down. Because the guy, like, when Andrew Wilson's asking about things, he doesn't know the five solas, doesn't have a position on PSA, and now he's debating icons and the true church, like, in this kind of turnaround.
I honestly expect him to use Gavin Ortland's approach. I think we've already seen indicators that that's who he's going to rely on. So it's just going to be Gavin's accretion line of argumentation, which Michael Garton's book is actually a really good refutation of that. So, you know, we've already sort of preemptively figured out a big part of it. So Michael Garton's book, Early Icons, Christian Image Veneration Before 325 AD, Garten, Michael Garton. That's going to be where he's going to go on icons. And the other debate is, I forget how it's worded, but something like, you know, is the Orthodox Church the early church, or is it Protestant? Something like that. What's the church of history? I think it's something like that. Or what's the church of the early church? Is it Protestant or Orthodox? So David Wood is going to get demolished. And I'm not saying that because I'm awesome. I'm just saying all he's ever done is debate Muslims. I don't even know if he's ever even done a non-Muslim debate. So I don't see how he thinks that within a few months he's going to master, you know, Orthodox argumentation and theology, but that's why he's just gonna, but I don't know what he's gonna rely on. Probably just rely on Gavin Ortland type stuff for the early church as well. So
hope to see you down there.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. It's going to be fun. Guys, you can get your tickets at Modern Day Debate. Let me pull that up. For Debate Con 9, let's see. Yeah, right here. Get tickets here. Go to Modern Day Debate. You'll see Debate Con 9. And this is a 2-day event again. I don't even know who all the other debates. Let's see what the other debates are. I do not think Crucible is participating in this debate. So, by the way, I'll be debating 3 times. I forgot. I'm also supposed to debate Dr. Javad Hashmi. Was Jesus Christian or Muslim? So we have 2 days. Nick Matal versus History Speaks about Israel and Gaza. Debate 2, Apostate Prophet versus Walid Naim. That's the Quran-only Muslim that I debated at DebateCon 8. Then me versus David Wood, Icon Veneration. Main event, God Logic versus Javad Hashmi. Sunday, Jay Dyer versus Javad. Oh, Alex Soren. I didn't know Alex was it. Alex Soren is debating Walid Naim, Christianity versus Islam. And then Nick Matal versus another opponent, Israel-Palestine. And then main event on Sunday night is me versus David Wood, Orthodoxy versus Protestantism, which is the true church. And then Debate Con 10, which is to be announced, will be me versus Trent Horn. 2 separate debates. That Nick dude wants to debate you. What Nick dude? Nick Matal? I don't even know who that is. Is he Protestant? What is he? Everybody wants to debate now. Nobody wanted to debate like 6 months ago. Now everybody wants to debate. Nick Matal. Let's see who he is. So he debated. Is he an evangelical? Oh, this looks low tier already, dude. I hate these AI thumbnails like this. This whole style needs to just go away. Oh, he's a Zionist. So he's a Zionist anti-Muslim. So another one of the David Wood AP God Logic tards. Okay. Oh, he's Jewish. So he's a Jewish. He's a Noahide? Noahide. All right. So he's not even evangelical. That's even stupider. Get wrecked. What's up? Everybody says he's garbage. Yeah, I'm so tired of the garbage tier debates, dude. What's up, man?
Yes, hello. This is Talia Goldfinkelstein and FDA here. He knows my husband. My husband is Joshua, but I call him Little Yehoshua. And
all right.
My question is...
All right, thank you. That's funny.
Thank you.
Stallion, what's up, man?
How are you doing, my friend?
Hey.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you a couple quick questions. If you could, if you want to review, there's a Muslim. He's an apologist, and he's getting a lot of traction. His name is Dr. Ali Abai, and the thing with him, like the gimmick with him, is he just takes like biblical academia or like arguments from biblical academia and tries like LARPs as like LARPs as like Islamic like discovering. Like I don't know if I'm wording this, like articulating this correctly, but like
in other words, he pretends that he's discovered the higher critical arguments of the liberal scholars.
Yes, exactly. Like he'll talk about like what is the Messiah? Like I saw a video. I don't know. Like they keep glazing this guy, right? And so I saw a video of him, for example, of what's the Messiah in Islam? And he actually never tells you what the Messiah is in Islam, but he just gives you like the apocalyptic like academic answer of like, oh, Jesus is an apocalyptic Jew, yada yada. you know, whatever. And so I was wondering if you could, I don't know if you'll agree to debate you, but I was wondering if you could like review some of his videos or something, and you know, or if it's even worth your time. Like, I think it would be pretty interesting. And then my second question,
Maybe. I think what's funny about all those guys though is that they just crib all the arguments from higher critics, and then they never look at what the higher critics say about the Quran, which they actually savage and make fun of. So sort of a double standard, but also like Sam Shamoon was pointing out the other night when we did that live stream, it's actually 10 times worse. Like any attempt at like a higher critical type of argument that a Muslim brings against the Bible, which has like incredible levels of attestation compared to any other book in terms of historical documentation, textual tradition, manuscript traditions, number of manuscripts, etc., versus this idea that, oh, well, we just go with Uthman who burned all the variants, and that's how we know the Quran is the right Quran because there's one. It's like, well, how does that tell me anything without just assuming the things in question? It's just super low tier stuff. But Amin, what's up?
Hello, today. Hello, today. Hello.
Amin, what's up? Unmute, please.
Yo, what's going on, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know some of these X spaces, so if it kicks me, it's not because I left. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know. So I was checking out your debate, the modern day debate, the 1v5 or whatever.
Yep.
And man, that the wine mom lady or whatever, when she was kind of spiraling, it reminded me when I read the text that you recommended, F.F. Bruce.
Yeah.
Yo, he literally, like, if these people would just read, like, if they would just read, they would understand that.
They're not gonna read a book. They're not gonna read that.
Yeah, she in F.S. Bruce's book, he literally says like, not even the Jews had a solidified canon. Not even until like way after Christ. So then the question becomes,
they did their canon in contrast to Christians because of the Christians.
Exactly. So it's like, so then the question becomes, okay, well, if you're a Christian in the first century, why are you going to go with what the Jews say who aren't being led by the Holy Spirit? That makes no sense.
Yeah, well, that's what I said to that little chunky Filipino goblin dude.
Yeah, it absolutely makes no sense. And then the second thing I wanted to say is I was listening to you guys the other night with Sam Shamoon. And I don't know if you know this as well, because I've debated Muslims for like 5 years.
Okay.
In the Quran as well, another thing that would be interesting for you to know, in Surah An-Nisa, which is chapter 4.
Hold on, I've got the Quran pulled up. Let me pull it up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
find this interesting.
For what?
So it's in chapter 4, verse 171. Depending on which translation you use, because the Muslims are just deceivers, they're like their God.
Right.
It actually calls Jesus the Word of Allah.
Yeah, I knew about this. Right.
Right. So, like, you know how it is, philosophically speaking. If Jesus is the Word of God, then he would be uncreated. But when you ask them, okay, well, how does that? Because all of this goes into him being the Messiah, like the Messiah.
Right.
If he's the Word of, because in that ayah it says it calls them the Messiah, the Word of God. If he's the Messiah and he's the Word of God, so this is going into Sam's argument. If you ask a Muslim, what does it mean for Isa to be Kalim Allah, the Word of God? They'll say, well, it means that he, kun fayakun, he was created by the Word. It doesn't say that in the Arabic.
Right.
But if he is the Word of God, if he's the Messiah, where are you going to get a proper understanding of what those things mean unless you go to the Bible? It makes no sense.
Yeah, that's what the whole messianic dilemma argument that Sam had was all about.
Exactly. So these guys, like, what they'll do is they'll go to Lisan al-Arab, which is that dictionary that kid tried to use. But then, like you said, it's theory laden. So if you're going to go to the dictionary to try to figure out what this means, the dictionary is going to give you a plethora of definitions.
Right.
Well, which one of those is correct? It makes no sense.
Yeah, and actually the dictionary is going to give you the older origination of the term, which is from the Hebrew prophets, which is Messiah as the anointed one. So that's still assuming the biblical context.
Exactly. It's the same thing that you deal with the Muslims, the same thing you deal with, because I listened to you debate that Catholic kid too.
Yep.
Where what they do is they're like evidentialists.
Yep.
They just stack up a bunch of evidence, but they don't realize like it really is the
paradigm.
You can't do that. Yeah, it's a paradigm issue.
Well, what's funny is that the Catholics will do the same move that I do when they debate a Protestant, because they'll tell a Protestant, you know, you don't have the right canon, you don't have the right paradigm to even interpret the scriptures.
Exactly. I mean, it's the underdetermination of data thesis.
Yes, but applied to this stuff. Yep.
Exactly. So I mean, at the end of the day, when you talk to the Muslims, you have to ask them, okay, well, which worldview has greater explanatory power?
Right.
Is it mine or is it yours? And they're just going to say 1 + 1 = 3.
Not even that.
All right, bro.
Not even that, though, because their worldview has a fundamental contradiction.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, it's historically, and I mean, in the Quran it says وَلَكِنْ شُبِهَ لَهُمْ about the Messiah, that it was made to appear he was on the cross. I bring this up to them all the time. I'm like, you guys don't realize this comes from like the second treatise of the Great Seth.
Yeah.
It comes from the Apocalypse. These are Gnostic stories. All of the stories in the Quran about Zulqarnain, all of these figures about the Solomon, about Aladdin and the flying carpet, all of that is like Jewish fables. They even
it's from the Talmud. And by the way, I've got right here Gabriel Sight Reynolds' book. This whole book is basically just premised on highlighting 10 or 11 of the key sources that the Quran mixes up, both Bible and apocryphal and Talmudic.
Exactly. I mean, even their own scholars will admit this. Like, if you go all the way back, if you read some of the Tafsir, like the explanations of the ayahs, they even say this. They're like, yeah, like some of this stuff, if you read some of the other books, this also goes into the Quran believing that, because it quotes verses, but some of the stuff it quotes is actually from the Talmud. and it uses...
No, I know, but the scholars will some of the, not Islamic scholars, but modern scholars will admit that much of Islam is actually Talmudic.
Yeah, they think when it says in chapter 2, Surah Al-Baqarah, which is the chapter with the cow,
right?
They think that when it talks about the book that they write with their hands, they think that is referring to our Bible today, the Injil, but actually it's most likely referring to the Talmud or to some other text that was written during that time.
Wait, which text?
Jews,
to what? You talking about the text where it says they corrupted it with their mouths?
Yeah, there's two verses in the Quran that they normally go to. Chapter 2, verses 75 through 79, and chapter 3, 76 through 78. But what's funny is when you read the explanations for chapter 3, if you look at Ibn Kathir, which is one of their greatest, it's not one of their greatest, but it's one of their most common explicators of the Quran. He was more into polemics. He actually says in his explanation for chapter 3, verse 76 through 78, he literally says, the Torah and the Injil is actually with the Christians, and you cannot remove any letter from it. What he actually says is that the corruption that happened was when the Christians, the Arab Christians, translated the Bible into Arabic. But he says the original Torah and Injil that they have is uncorrupted. He says it's impossible to remove a letter from that book. It's not possible.
Yeah, he says Allah's words can never be corrupted. And Sam Shamoon cites that in his articles.
Exactly. So you show this stuff to them, and they literally just bot out, and they start manifesting and doing a whole bunch of stuff. So great job on everything you're doing.
As Jay always says, have them repeat what the argument is. And they can't do it. They can't do it. So.
Yeah, we saw that on that space the other night with Sam Shamoon, where we kept asking the Muslims to repeat what they think Sam's messianic dilemma argument is, and none of them could even repeat it.
There's one more argument that I want to show you just real quick, and then I'll drop down because I don't want to take too much time.
Now, hold on. Before you move on to that, tell me again what's the text you were talking about in 3. It's Quran 3 what with Ibn Kathir?
Yeah. In chapter 3, verses 76 through 78, if you go on Quran.com, There's a
I'm there.
way you can go and click on. Yeah, if you click on the thing that says Tafsir, if you select the one that says Ibn Kathir, and you just, it's not that long. It's like maybe like, it's like a page. And he explains like verbatim, basically what I just said. He was like, no letter has ever been removed from the Quran. You can't corrupt it. Rather, the corruption took place when they translated the Bible into Arabic. That's where the corruption took place. And he says, matter of fact, all of the translations, all of the tarjuma, they're corrupted.
Okay, hold on. Slow down. So I'm on 76, and I see the Tafsir here, and then it has Ibn Kathir right here. Is it 76 or 77 or 78? Do you know? Because there's quite a bit.
I think 76, if you click on it for 76, I think it goes all the way through 78. If it's not 76, then it's 78 for sure. But it should be in there, where if you keep reading it, it should explain that.
Now, does he say the Quran cannot be corrupted, or is he there? Because they're just going to say, yeah, that's saying the Quran's not corrupted. It's not saying the Bible's not corrupted.
No, he's saying that the Torah and the Injil.
Okay.
He's specifically identifying it there. He's saying it can't be changed. He says it's not possible. He says rather it's just the translations, which makes sense. From their paradigm, it makes sense almost.
Oh, I see. Here it is. I found it. Let's read this. Okay, so it's the commentary, I think, on 78 is what it looks like. So it says, Allah states that some Jews have Allah's curses descended upon them. They distort Allah's words with their tongues and change them from their appropriate places and alter their intended meanings. They do this to deceive the ignorant people by making it appear that the words are in the book of Allah. Thus, they attribute their own lies to Allah, even though they have invented these falsehoods. Therefore, Allah knows this, and then it says, Bukhari reported that Ibn Abbas said the ayah means that they alter and add, although none among Allah's creations can actually remove Allah's words from his books. Oh, wow.
Exactly.
That's great.
If you keep reading it, it gets worse for them.
It says they alter instead the meanings. Wab bin Mahab Munabi says the Torah and the Injil remain as Allah revealed them. No letter was ever removed from them. However, people misguide others by adding false interpretations, and they rely on books that they themselves wrote. For Allah's books are still preserved and cannot be changed. Ibn Hatim recorded this statement. The people of the book, if he means the people of the book currently, then we should state that there is no doubt that they altered and distorted and added to them. So this last one is trying to cover up for it looks like.
Well, I mean, so if you go based on what...
No, wait, hold on. It says, for instance, Arabic versions of these books are full of errors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's talking about the translation, and then if you keep reading, he goes on, he says, but if we're talking about the Al-Kitab, the people of the book, with the text that's not with them, then you should know that they cannot be changed. So then the question becomes, okay, well, I mean, either way, it's still helping us because the books that are with them, as the Quran says over and over again, like it literally says it like 30 times. Those cannot be changed, but the text that they don't have them, which some Muslims will say is the Law Mahfuz, which is like the eternal tablet that talks about. That if it's talking about in that original state, because that's another argument they'll use. They'll say, well, in the Law Mahfuz, it can't be changed because it's with the law. Well, then it's still proving our point. How can you change an eternal tablet that no one has access to?
Yeah, exactly. That's retarded. Yeah.
So, I mean, we show them stuff like this, and they just manifest and bot out, and then they do ta'wil, which is just they try to reinterpret an interpretation. It's dumb as hell, dude. Like,
yeah. Why is this not? Well, by the way, why is this not the plain reading?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing when you were talking to Flippiano the other night. You know, and he's sitting there, you know, like, oh, it's like basic epistemic questions. These guys just, they cannot wrap their minds around. It's impossible.
Right.
And then the other thing I wanted to tell you really quick too is this is another epistemic argument that I think you'll enjoy. I've been running it for a while, and I've yet to receive a sufficient answer. In the Quran, I forget which ayah it is. I think it's chapter 33, 40. I'm driving, so I can't remember. But it explicitly says that Muhammad is the Khatam Nabiyin, which is the seal of the prophets. Okay, if Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, that means that he is the last prophet in succession of all of the ones that came before him. Isa, Dawood, Yaqub, all of these people. Okay.
Right.
That means that the message that he has, in turn, at least where theological disposition is going to be concerned, because they'll say, well, different messages were given different people. Fine, no problem. But the core theology, and they keep, you know, there's one God, one God. So Muhammad is going to have the same message as the prophet before him and the prophet before that.
Right.
Here's where it gets interesting. You ask them, who is the prophet before Muhammad? They say, well, it's Isa, which is Jesus, according to them, which also, well, I'm not going to get into that, but that's a false name.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you ask them, okay, well then, okay, so what did Jesus teach? And they say, well, he was a Muslim.
Right.
He taught one God. He didn't teach a Trinity. You then say, okay, well, hold on a second, because I thought Jesus taught, for instance, you just do anything from the Bible.
Right.
John chapter 2, he said that he would die,
right,
and then on the third day he would rise his body, but the Quran says Jesus did not get crucified. So you ask them, so is that a correct teaching of Jesus? They say no.
Right.
The Bible is corrupted. So then you then ask them, okay, well, where can I go to get an accurate teaching of what the prophet right before Muhammad taught? They'll say you can't. It's just the Quran, which is circular reasoning. Then the epistemic problem comes in. Okay, well, if Muhammad is the seal of the prophets, this is how you know he's a true prophet, because he's the seal, but we can't verify any way to know if he really is the seal of the people that came before him, because according to you, all of those revelations are corrupt. Then there's no way for you to actually know if he's the seal of the prophets, plural, because he's not a seal of himself. He's a seal of the people that came before him. But if we can't verify if that really is the case, then he's a false prophet, because we have no way of verifying it. So
yeah,
it's
this is exactly
this.
This is exactly the same line of argumentation when we critique Joseph Smith for inserting himself into Genesis 50 to say that he is predicted as the prophet that's Joseph that will arise, right? So he and then the Mormon will say, well, we know that Joseph Smith is the last of the prophets because Genesis 50 predicted him. And it's like, yeah, but Genesis 50 was changed and he wrote himself into it. And they'll say, yeah, but he can do that because he's a prophet. It's like, but wait a minute. We're asking you how we know and verify that he's a prophet, right? And they're like, well, because he's in Genesis 50. But it's like, yeah, but he changed and added himself. Yeah, but he can do that because he's a prophet. So it's the exact same move.
It's funny, too, because I was talking to an ex-Mormon this morning, and she was like, yeah, like Joseph Smith is just like Muhammad for white people.
Exactly, yeah. It's
like, I never thought.
Yeah, they're prairie muffin Muslims.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's call it the Brondo fallacy. What's Brondo? That's what plants need. What do plants need is Brondo.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah. But I appreciate all you do, man. Keep, debating these guys, and I'm definitely looking forward to you debating David Wood. I don't know how well he's gonna do, but I'm curious to see. So
yeah, it's gonna be fun. Again, appreciate that. Yeah, really good points. Appreciate that. Really good insights. And I appreciate you, Sam Shamoon, by the way, for chipping in and pointing out this really good line of argumentation with Messianic dilemma is just as powerful as Islamic dilemma. Now, if you don't know what that is, Sam pointed this out in the X Space. The Quran says, Jesus, Messiah. Well, how do we know that Jesus is the Messiah? And what does that mean to be the Messiah? Because in order to know that, you actually need the prior biblical revelation. But of course, they think the prior biblical revelation is corrupt. So you have, for example, in the Quran, several different types of stories and references. Messiah is just one of them. For example, there's a version of Cain and Abel story in the Quran, but it doesn't say that it's Cain and Abel. So how do you know who that is and what is that story telling us? If it's not Cain and Abel, then it's really just telling us about no named people, because it doesn't say Cain and Abel, even though it's the story of Cain and Abel, obviously. So how do we know who that is? What's the context, right? For example, you need the Hebrew notion of Messiah as the anointed one, the one that's anointed to come. But if the prior revelation is all corrupted, as all the Muslims are going to argue, well, then how is that going to tell you? And they're going to say, well, you go to Arabic dictionaries. Yeah, but Arabic dictionaries aren't the Quran. So dictionaries aren't divine revelation. So how do you know what the role and the significance and the meaning of Messiah is if Jesus is supposedly the Messiah in the Quran? There's no significance for that in the Quran itself. Joshy, what's up?
Hello.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Sorry, there was a delay on my end. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. First time, long time. Then I first heard Andrew, and he directed me to you, and so been listening to you for a few years now. Really appreciate you. I feel like I was in a Protestant church for 20 years, and I feel like you rescued me from that, because I had ended up having a lot of issues there.
Well,
But,
praise God. That's good. That's great.
Yes, thank you. And yeah, I think I'm the second or third BIPOC individual in your listener kind of situation.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe you're up to 3 now after your Pierce Morgan interview. I think the Cat Williams impression really you converted a lot of BIPOCs. But anyway, so yeah, quick question regarding deliverance, because when I was in the Protestant church in New York, we were kind of like big into that, and I know you guys like roast the kind of the Protestants and like Catherine Cricks and those guys for doing their deliverance and flopping around, which I could listen to you roast Protestants all day. But my question is like, so what does like like a authentic like Orthodox deliverance, like what does that look like? Because like in the Bible they are like convulsing and like possessing people and stuff like that, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, that doesn't mean that because you see certain things in the Bible and because you see certain people, mimicking that's necessarily the same thing as what's happening in the Bible. First of all, when Jesus casts out demons, yeah, people have certain manifestations, and I'm sure that can happen in church history. But again, even the signs and wonders themselves, they don't prove or disprove. In other words, signs and wonders and miracles accompany the true faith, but every group, every sect, every cult leader will claim and proclaim, quote, miracles, right? That's why you can't rely on those things. But in the Orthodox Church, usually the exorcism prayer is part of baptism. So there's not like this Hollywood style sort of ritual. Yeah. Go ahead, Father Deacon.
And then those, first of all, there's different levels of possession.
Yeah.
Even having a thought come into your head is right. And you entertain it and you acting on it is a type of possession. It just comes in degrees. And then they talk about manifestation, infestation, and then full possession. And the priests that I know that have encountered that, it's usually pretty subtle.
So not like The Exorcist out of Hollywood, right?
No, I mean, stuff happens when the priest is not there, but, one of the priests has done a lot of exorcisms that says they hide. Like when the priest comes, but there's signs. Unfortunately, it mimics drug abuse and mental illness. So that's what one would see kind of going on, and then they have to figure out other ways to basically...
Well, and the other thing too is like even if for the sake of argument in these charismatic situations, we don't actually know that these people are being healed. I mean, they could be, in the exact same stuff the next day. I mean, you can't... Go ahead.
What I would say too is I used to watch those, and I don't even know why I watched them, but I was trying to see what elements were actually true. but like those haunting or like there was just a demon in, and guess what they do? They bring in some new age lady with crystals and sage, and it would get rid of the demon.
In where? Where is this?
They'd have these stupid shows on TV. You've seen them, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying like New Agers will do the exact same thing, and it's the exact same visual presentation. And so, I mean, are we going to say that the crystals and the are expelling the demons?
Yeah. Well, in one sense, the demon did exactly its job. It got people to believe in some stupid religion. So think about this: the epileptic boy described in the gospel story. He's called the lunatic, right? Because he was having epileptic seizures during the phases of the moon. But we're told in the gospel he's possessed by devils and demons. And the fathers talk about that. Actually, what the demons were doing, they were only affecting the boy and causing him to have seizures and fall into the water and the fire during the phases of the moon. Like
so that people would believe the false religion.
Yes, exactly. So I would say that with Protestants, whatever, like if it is real, the demons accomplish. I mean, obviously Protestant has no power to cast out demons, right? Like it's a false religion. It's an anti-Trinity. This is my new thing too that I'm saying. It's anti-Trinitarian. Every single one of them. Because every Protestant subscribes to some version of PSA. And that means what? Separation of, right? The punishment separates the Son from the Father. I'm like, so you can say that you're Trinitarians. All of you Protestants are not, like, I'm just saying it. You're not Christians. You're not Trinitarians any more than Mormons are.
Let's listen to one of these deliverance ministry scammers. And everybody remember, God Logic's dad is a famous deliverance ministry Pentecostal TBN prosperity preacher. Keep that in mind.
There's ones who do it over the radio too.
I know.
I mean, I think you know who was the first radio? When did that even start in America? The first radio deliverance ministry.
I don't know.
It was actually a full moon tribe. Interesting or not? No, I'm kidding.
Let me play this clip because this is one of these deliverance ministry women, and you're going to see what that New Age tie-in that Father Deacon's talking about, how crazy it's getting.
And just a reminder of, my testimony, which is going to bring in our content today, that I was visited when I was a young girl, and alien beings, implanted an interdimensional device in me that harvested my eggs over my lifetime. Because eggs, you get hundreds of thousands of eggs when you're born with hundreds of thousands of eggs if you're female, but they don't mature until you ovulate. So this device obviously was harvesting them right when they would mature, so that they could then try to work their work. And I have no idea how they do that, but to try to create a hybrid child, which they actually eventually did. And I saw it, I was shown it, and its name was Starburst. Yeah, that's why my husband and I are childless right now. And just a reminder of, my testimony, which is going to bring in our content today, that I was visited when I was a young girl, and aliens.
Well, there you go. So
I was gonna say this is the alien abduction trope with the egg stealing and the harvesting.
That's a deliverance prophetess, by the way.
And what's going to really blow your mind, it's actually tied into parasites in the vegans' whole thing about, like, you always have to go through a cleanse. I'm sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Well, the vegans, I mean, when you start engaging with vegans, especially not just normal vegans, but vegan activists type vegans who are really serious about it, they do see pregnancy as parasitism.
Right.
They do see
that's a great point too, but aren't vegans always like, your body's full, like, the cause of all evil, the root of evil is not the love of money, it's parasites in your body. Right.
That's one type, yeah. There's definitely sex to that. There are people who are There's people who are just alt health people who are just like, bro, parasites. Oh, you're gay? You got to do a parasite cleanse.
No, we ran into some guy on the lake the other day, and he was like, yeah, everything's caused by parasites. And he was like, what you got to do, you got to go down to the store and buy 10 gallons of milk and warm it up and sit in it. And he's all, bro, get your tweezers out and get ready. And I'm like, has anybody ever even done this? Like, obviously you've been running around for a while telling people. So you're right.
That's crazy. That sounds like that's like his own thing. I never heard that one. That's funny.
And my godson was like, my godson's really good at like making you believe like he's believing everything you say, but like he has these questions. He's like, oh, that's really interesting. He's all, so what is it about? He's very Socratic. He says, so what is it about the milk that brings the parasites out? He's all, I don't know, bro. They love it.
Well, this reminds me of like we could do a whole stream on schizo level home cures because they get really wild. But somebody was showing me a hadith. I think it's a strong hadith where Muhammad says that cow urine is good for you, or camel urine is good and has magical healing properties. So.
But that's kind of like Arab world, water scarcity, traveling with camels. I mean, that's seems like they turned to practicality that was kind of temporal and do their environment and turn it into some almost pagan religion level view of camels. You know, like the Hindus see the cow as sacred, and even the droppings. They'll put, they'll have festivals where they're chucking it all over themselves. Jay tried to convert me into a weird cult.
I mailed Tristan some cow patties just to see if he was interested. And,
Jay tried to convince me to help him create a cult using Chat GPT and like just automate it like an AI.
No, you tried to get me to help create a cow patty, and I was like, Tristan, you don't know where those come from. You don't make those. You can't.
I tried to sell Jay a cow patty, and he was like,
anybody knows anything knows they grow on trees.
He was like, we should market this cow patty as sacred to the Jeets. I was like, dude, that's messed up. We shouldn't do that.
Taro, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jay.
Yep. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on. It's my first time on, but I just wanted to share my story. I was in a Hindu cult, the Hare Krishna cult, for about 4 years, and I'm now converting to Orthodoxy. Glory to Jesus Christ.
And tell us exactly what's the origins of Hare Krishna versus like standard Hindu stuff.
Well, that's interesting because it's so confusing because the Vedas have such little historical record, and some of the compilations are, 16th century. So Hare Krishna comes from this West Bengal cult called the Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And apparently there's a leader named Lord Chaitanya in the 16th century who, apparently he lived. There's very little historical record as well, but what it is, it changes over time, and they lie about the origin of it, of course, the eternality of it, and the ages of like 28 cycles of millions of years kind of thing, so yeah, I would say it's a combination of Hinduism, and they take different philosophies within Christianity and the ideas of Muslims and these different things. And you could tell about cults is that they all have the same kind of structure, when we're talking about Muslims and Mormons. And they have the same structure, so yeah.
Well, I mean, go ahead.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, yeah.
I noticed that in some of the Hare Krishnas I've met and seen traveling around that are around kind of areas I've been around, there are a lot of ones from Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan region. Is that? I mean, it looks like you may have similar ancestry. The reason I'm asking is because I know some Hare Krishnas who are also. It surprised me to see that there's this group of Hare Krishnas that all are from kind of that Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia area.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's well, I was born in America, and actually my my mother is Asian. But I would say that the origin of it is mainly in India. I don't know so much about, Mongolia and these different places, but it does spread, and they do develop these personality-like cults throughout the world. It's universal. But it is Indian cultural. So it's.
So who is this Akaria that you see in all these temples here as I look up the pictures here?
So this is Prabhupada. He came to the West in 1965 on a boat and landed in New York and started chanting in a park during the hippie movement. And so, hundreds of hippies gathered around and started chanting this repetitive mantra with him. And then he started to grow this huge movement and even made prophecies that never came true and a lot of things. He had a huge following, like 108 temples were built around the world. And it became huge, and then it slowly fell, after he died. There's huge abuse scandals and tons of stuff.
Like money abuse or sex abuse?
Everything. There's a docuseries on it, but it's if you go into the history after what that happened, there was like these 9 self-proclaimed gurus in the movement who, they just took over things, money, child abuse. The list goes on.
Yeah, it's funny because this seems to pop up with a lot of gurus. People don't realize that a lot of the guru domain is actually a lot of touching butts and even worse stuff with youth. Because we always think of that abuse, that's like Catholic priests. Well, it's very common in these guru cults, tantric cults, etc. So not surprised.
The interesting thing I wanted to bring up is that actually, they do some asceticism. They do some. I was a monk for 4 years. I was vegetarian. I was fasting twice a month, kind of thing, and doing a lot of chanting and their type of prayer and doing austerity. So they do have some like strength from it. And these gurus, they it's rare for the Indian ones that have somewhat of a level of asceticism to like fall down into those lower modes, but they're doing what's called an internal tantra. So they're actually meditating on two. It's deep, but it's very demonic. Actually,
they're meditating on what? What's
say that is that the asceticism, because I can't remember who I was talking to, a priest or if it was Papa Ephraim, I can't remember. The asceticism, if it's not done in orthodoxy, the powers that you get from that would be demonic.
Yes.
And you said they're doing what in two levels of it? What do you mean?
I wouldn't say I didn't mean to specify with 2, but there are, like as you get higher in what you're seeking demonic possession.
Sure.
That's like the level that you're trying to get to. So these gurus who are, serving these idols and meditating on them and, giving themselves, they become partially or if not fully possessed.
Yeah.
And so they do have some, I was hearing something that Satan, he actually, he doesn't mind good morals. That's the thing.
Right.
He doesn't mind good morals, but he wants to, of course, just capture and completely illusion people. So,
Well, hey, man, appreciate that. Glad that you're Orthodox. And, we should do a little more on some of these cults like this or some of the world religions even, because I don't think we've ever actually done a Hindu, podcast or something like that. We should do a stream on each of the religions and critique them. I know Kotel has done some of that, but I don't think we have. George Taco, what's up, man? Anyway. George, you want to unmute?
Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
So this was a long time ago in the conversation, but I wanted to talk about Hasan.
Okay.
So this guy Hasan it's actually kind of scary how popular he is.
It is. It's weird too.
He gets defended by actual politicians. He's run with Abdul El Sayed up in Michigan. He's been defended by Bernie Sanders, which Bernie, I don't even know if he knows what Hasan does because he said he did radio. But Hasan is like a literal anchor baby. He moved back to Turkey when he was younger, and then he was like educated in Germany. So there's like this whole thing of like these famous anchor babies. They get educated in the West, but they wouldn't even be in the West if it wasn't for like birthright citizenship. And then when they grow up, they dunk on everything. They hate white people. They hate the language. They hate the history. And they're super popular with these people who, I don't know, they must have like some racial resentment or something. I don't really know. Like Sneeko.
Well, it's also, Sneeko's the exact same way. I think you're right. And also these people realize that in today's atmosphere, those are ways to get an audience attention and currency. Because remember, as the Virtuous Victimhood paper shows, in societies based around egalitarianism, democracy, and so-called equality, to be in the victim status actually gains you social credit, social status. So you can use that as a currency because you're the most oppressed. And very cunning, narcissistic, dark triad people figure that out. Thus, they play as if they're the victim, oppressed, minority, leftist person. And that allows them to gain social status. Go ahead, Tristan.
I think Sneeko might be Filipino, though. And I think he might be I feel like he might fit a different category because Filipinos integrate, to a certain extent, they integrate economically and do really well economically, just like most Asians do. And I feel like his family, if they're Filipino, I bet his family are relatively conservative, kind of like normie Trump voter types. Who, they're kind of like, they're not like Cubans where they get hyper American nationalistic, or they're just like Marco Rubio, Cuban diaspora guys, where they just become rabid neocons. But I think, I think the Filipinos have an interesting.
I don't even know what his ethnicity is. I'm looking it up, and it says Nicholas de Balantazzi. I don't. Let's see what his ethnicity is. Oh, he's Haitian and Filipino. Interesting.
Okay, well, the Haitian throws a whole new thing in it. If it was pure Filipino, it'd be very different. But yeah, Haitian is definitely
says his dad's side is Haitian with Hungarian Ashkenazi ancestry, and then his mother's side is Filipino.
Okay, so his dad's probably relatively absentee.
I will say too that I was DMing all week with Sneeko because there was supposed to be a debate with Libiano on Sneeko's channel initially. The deal was that I wanted to debate Itachi, which is bizarre because she's a woman, and I'm not exactly sure what the strategy is for the Muslims to start pushing these women debaters like Korra and Itachi. But for whatever reason, they're starting to push Muslima debaters. I think even Hakikachu, and people don't think that this is right, but whatever. So I was going to debate Itachi because she's supposed to be their up and coming, and she's terrible. And I offered to do that on Sneeko's channel. And Sneeko said, well, if you debate Libiano on my channel first, then you can debate her. And I'm like, okay, let's do that. So then we set up all of these details all week long. And then Libiano called into my stream or my X Space the other night. That didn't go very well for him. And then Sneeko's like, are you still going to do the debate Tuesday with Libiano? And I'm like, are we still going to do the debate also with Itachi? And so apparently not. And I'm like, well, then if you change the arrangements, then no. Because the deal was 2 debates on your channel, one with Libiano, one with Itachi. Then he says no to Itachi. The reason being, apparently, whoever Itachi's group of Muslims don't like Sneeko. So Sneeko falls out with all the Muslims except for his buddy Libiano. So give that time, they'll fall out because Libiano can't get along with anybody. So anyway, I told Sneeko, I was like, why don't you just have Jake on? Jake's about the only guy that you have in your whole team, your whole Dawa world that can actually debate. The rest of them can't even debate. So I never heard back from Sneeko. So that's why there was no Sneeko Libiano debate. It's because the original debate was supposed to also have 2 debates. The agreement was 2. He changed it, so that means none. Anyway, so
they should have just done the switcheroo like their other buddies over there.
They were trying to do that. The switcheroo was Sneeko promising 2 debates and then saying, "No, it's just 1." And I'm like, "No."
That's when you get back at them and you have me come in and I'm signing your account. I just do it as Butthead. It's like, hey, baby. So, is it true that you're gonna have like 4 wives?
Yeah, exactly.
That would be cool.
All right, let's see. Who's next? Montana Groiper, what's up? French Montana, what's up?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey Jay. So kind of grew up like mega church and kind of looking back into religion, and I don't know, I watched your debate with Jesus and whatnot the other day, and you kind of got him good on the foundational stuff about how you can know anything's true. So I was wondering, like, where, how do I say this, like, do you think any of those can like self-refute? Because you were saying that you have to believe in like the orthodox view of God to know anything, but how do you get to that like opinion?
Well, it's not to know anything, it's to justify the knowledge. So these are 2 different things. That this is what I kept going back and forth with Tim Gordon all day the other day was, I'm not saying that you don't know things, Tim. I'm saying that you don't have a good account of how you have that knowledge. So let's start with that basic principle to illustrate this. This is a classic FDA example. So FDA always says, let's say that you and I agree that we should wash our hands for hygiene, right? And we agree on that. But my reason for washing my hands is, no, I don't wash my hands for hygiene. I wash my hands because every time I do it, Bitcoin goes up. And you say, Jay, you have the same belief in me that we should wash our hands, but you have bad reasons for why. And so what I'm saying is that Roman Catholics and us, we have a lot of the same beliefs, but where we differ is that I believe they have bad, unjustified accounts of why they believe those things. Go ahead.
Okay, but I guess why the orthodox view of God and not just like the Roman view? Because it's kind of like a very similar view in some ways, and I know we're more you can know the attributes of God through reason and things like that, and I don't think you guys really believe that, or am I a little wrong?
Well, it's a different God. That's what Jay and I've talked about this. I think it's more pronounced with Protestants, but think about this. If you change an essential attribute of something, like a triangle, one of the essential attributes is its 3-sidedness. And you start denying 3 sides and say, well, no, I believe the same thing you believe. I believe in triangles. I truly do. We have a creed to triangles, but I just believe triangles are 2-sided. Well, we're no longer talking about the same entity. And it's like, that's why it's so important, just because you can see similarities. Well, the Protestants, they say they believe in the Trinity, and so do the Roman Catholics. What happens when you switch one of those essential features of, are we actually talking about the same God?
But what would you say the essential features are that we change from you guys?
Well, to say that, for example, the filioque is true is an essential alteration. To say that nature and person are collapsed, as Aquinas says, is an essential denial. To say that there's no uncreated divine energies is a denial.
Okay.
Because divine energies would be an essential feature. I don't mean of the essence, but something similar like the triangles. It's like you're changing the subject. We're not worshiping the same God. We're not talking about.
Well, they're even necessary features of the essence because the energies manifest and proceed from the essence. In our view.
But how is that view justified from like an unbiased lens? Because couldn't we just come back and say our view is more justified than yours? Like why is this view of
well, now you're switching subject. You're saying, are we talking? You said it's essentially the same entity, and we're having a conversation. Now the question is, who's correct or who's justified? So
yeah, these are two different questions. One has to do with essential characteristics that would negate the referent, and then the other question that you're asking now is about, well, which position is correct?
But what I'm saying is because you follow like tag, right? So you believe that in order to have a justified worldview of anything, you have to believe in God, right?
Right.
Is that basically what tag is?
Yeah, the most basic form of nature.
Okay, yeah, I'm not super familiar with it. I'm not super well versed with it. But I guess
Jay, you're getting a really bad echo.
It's his thing.
I thought that was a 5MO kicking in, right?
Montana, can you can you turn something off because something's echoing? I don't know if you're playing me on a computer or what.
Yeah, I am. I'll switch to my phone.
Okay.
You can yeah. Okay, 1 second. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Hey Jay, there's a guy that just tweeted at me. I don't know if you have a block or something, but SYZ says, "Can you ask Jay to put me on speaker?" Like he wants you to be made a speaker. I don't know who this is.
You mean he wants to come up in the chat or something?
That's what I'm guessing. It says yeah.
But I have him blocked.
I don't know if you have him blocked. That's why I don't know why he's tweeting at me. He says, "Can you have Jay put me on speaker?" So maybe he's requesting.
Oh, is he in the? Let me see if he's in the quay here.
Well, let's let Montana go first.
Yeah, I want him to finish. Yeah. I don't see anybody called SYZ in here, but I can look to see if he's blocked.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Okay.
respect his request there. Anyways.
I didn't know we had grapers in Montana. I guess well, there's a lot of Catholics, and so he sounded to me like he was Catholic.
Okay, Tristan, I don't see a dude named that, so if he's gonna have to tell me his handle for me to unblock him.
All right, I thought he must have been in the chat because if he was blocked, he would say dash you to unblock me. So I'll wipe my hands of it. He tweeted at me earlier.
Okay, we'll wait for Montana to come back, and he can come back. Hunter, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I would like to ask you guys some questions. I'm going to inquire of Russian Orthodoxy.
Okay.
In Tennessee. And
the best place.
I know, right? But I have a lot of friends online that are also either confirmed in Orthodoxy or inquirers like me, and I've asked them questions when it comes to evolution, because I'm very curious about some of the things that they believe, but I've never gotten a clear answer. It's always like, oh, well, don't worry about it, just focus on your faith. And then I watch some of your, debates that you throw on YouTube, and you're very, straightforward. So I was thinking about this like yesterday, and I was like, oh, I would rather hear someone be like, no, you're stupid and that's wrong, than for someone to be like, just don't worry about it. I was asking my friend if science has an estimation, or whatever the heck it's called, that the human species has existed for 300,000 years. We either have to concede that, the Earth is young, or we just have to say that evolution is true because of old Earth theory. and it's very confusing for me to say that the Earth is either old and we're 300,000 years old as a species, and God just created us 300,000 years ago, or the Earth is young, and they just tell me just not to worry about it. So I'm just curious on what you would say about that.
I mean, it's not the most important doctrine for becoming, catechized and whatnot. But yeah, I have a lot of critiques of, that from a philosophical perspective. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a physicist. So I approach these questions just critiquing it from a philosophical view.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a specific question about which area or what my critique is, or what's the question? Or is it practically or is it about the practical stuff of what you should focus on? What was the question?
I guess I would just ask what your critiques on it are, because I'd be very curious on it, because I just haven't had a clear answer or what would be a good idea to have about this.
Yeah, I think if you're Orthodox, the best book on this, you could get a small book, which is First Created Man by St. Simeon the New Theologian, and then Genesis Creation Man by St. Seraphim Rose is the bigger, it's back in print now. So I would say those are the texts that I would refer you to. But a specific philosophical critique, if you get the book Sword of Gnosis, I think you can also find the PDF of Sword of Gnosis, and it's edited by Jacob Needleham, I think is his name. But regardless, there's a Titus Bruckhardt essay that's about 60 pages, and it has a philosophical critique of evolution, which I think is one of the best. I mean, Wolfgang Smith's book, Cosmos and Transcendence, is a good critique of it. There's plenty of critiques. Darwin on...
It's not, I don't know if he might have some articles, but I really promote Dr. Nathan Jacobs' critique of evolution.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one, so I do want to promote it. Is that on his YouTube channel or is it a book?
It's on his YouTube, but remember Dr. Nathan Jacobs helped me get out of evolution?
Yeah, he's one of your buddies, yes.
And it's the same argument he presents in his videos. I don't think he likes the no death before the fall objection, but what he does is he's nuanced it on it. I can't remember what exactly. I'll have to watch that video. But what got me out of it, I never heard this critique, is he says it's premised on nominalism. And nominalism's false.
Yes, this is why Jim Bob, I think, I was watching Jim Bob do his debate with that evangelical guy, and he was referring to Dr. Jacobs on this point.
Yeah, it's a really great argument. People lose their mind because just like when you accuse that PSA is premised on nominalism, people lose, I don't know why, they don't understand it, the argument. But once you understand what the argument of nominalism is, and I can give it real quick. So evolution's premised on if you add up enough accidental properties, you get a substantial change of species, because the species are different substances. But anybody that knows anything knows you can't ever get a substantial change. I can't change a triangle to be another substance by simply adding up more and more accidental properties. Green, bigger sides, etc.
Yes.
So there's that. And so basically it has to be premised and it can only work on an anti-realist or nominalist position.
Yeah, this was Jim Bob's argument against that evangelical guy.
Yeah, he pulled it from.
Well, no, he said it was from Dr. Nathan. He wasn't cribbing it. He admitted it.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. He pulled it from. He got it from Dr. Nathan Jacobs. The other one too, he goes through talking about okay, well, how does this work? Well, there's there's a wart on a frog, and then the wart grows, and then that growth produces something advantageous, and eventually it becomes later through its progeny a tail. And he says this becomes incoherent on the evolutionary paradigm because where's the delineation between tail and no tail? According to nominalism, there isn't. It's just names.
Yes.
There's no real. Yes. That's another critique too. So he goes through all of it, and it's really good. Although I do find most people it's beyond. It goes over their heads for some reason. At least evolutionists, and I don't know why, but
And before I get off here, do you guys mind if I ask you guys a question? If not, that's perfectly fine. I already asked the question.
Well, hold on. I'm not finished because
Oh, sorry.
unfortunately, every time I try to find what I'm looking for, it's only pulling up the limited previews. But it looks like it's on Scribd. So, Sword of Gnosis right here, edited by Jacob Needleman. Metaphysics, cosmology, tradition, and symbolism. Obviously, I'm not advocating for the perennialism. This is a perennialist book. But it does have some really good critiques of evolution in the Titus Brookhart chapter, which is called, where is it at? Cosmology and Modern Science, I think is the name of it right here. And it's about 60 pages, or 50 to 60 pages right here. This is one of the best critiques I've read of evolution from a philosophical perspective. And I think you can find it here on Scribd. You'll have to, I don't know if you have an account, you can download the book. I haven't read all the rest of this stuff in this book. I'm not advocating for grace in Buddhism or whatever the rest of this stuff is about. But that essay is great. And he basically just does kind of similar to what FDA was saying. I'm going from memory, what Dr. Jacobs does, which is say, like, you can't philosophically demonstrate like one species transmutating into another because you don't actually ever observe that. You only observe these sort of secondary qualities changing over time. So how do you prove, and I think evolution has to absolutely prove this, that there is a transmutation of one species into another. Like it's basically like transubstantiation, but for secular people.
Well, don't they? I mean, they also don't really believe in species proper, right?
No, it's just a taxonomical. Yeah, it's a human.
That's nominalism.
Yeah, it's taxonomical. Is all it is.
I think Jim has been pointing that out really well too. How it's really just nominalism, and they don't. No matter what direction they go, they have no other stone to stand on because the position is so untenable.
And Wolfgang Smith has some interesting critiques, but he kind of goes into trying to like defend quantum stuff, and I'm kind of agnostic on quantum things. I don't know what I think about that, but this is the book, and it's really, really good in terms of the Titus Brookhart chapter.
Did you put it in the chat?
Let me see.
Because I'd like to look. And is that Jacob Needleman, a friend from Orthodox from in Idaho? Same guy?
There's no way. I mean, this is a perennialism text from like the 1970s. This was done in 1970. Jacob Needleman's professor of philosophy at San Francisco State University.
Okay, sorry.
So this is a book from the 70s, but so the Cosmology and Modern Science chapter starts with the older model of how the universe had meaning, because he talks about the Earth being, geocentrism. I don't know that he's not arguing for geocentrism. He's just saying the older model of the way that people understood the world in the ancient medieval world is that it was, ordered, hierarchical, and had meaning. And then he talks about modernity being Promethean. He calls it Promethean materialism. And essentially he says, and this ties in with the Dr. Jacobs line of argument, he says that you have no idea of form anymore. He says the sensible qualities of secondary traits such as colors, odors, savors, etc. are considered to be subjective impressions, right? And then he says, and if you go with that empiricist line of argumentation, you've really cut out the possibility of form. And if there's no form, then you can't identify really any of the classes or species or the genus or the set of those animals. And so that's exactly the same line of argumentation.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. I'll read one of his. My note says this is a major presuppositional flaw. We are told that reality does not necessarily agree with our inborn conceptions of time and space, but at the same time, it is not doubted for a moment that the physical universe can be in agreement with mathematical formulas, which, for their part, necessarily proceed from axioms that are no less inborn. So here he's doing a critique of the internal world, external world from the sort of modern, empiricist paradigm that on the one hand, you can't know the external world, but on the other hand, the external world is regulated by mathematical patterns, which he says doesn't make any sense because again, there's no form. Let's see. Then he goes on to talk about, it's a really, really high tier critique. This is not low level stuff. He says if everything is constant becoming and flux, then there's no form either, because everything is under constant change. So there's no bridge between becoming and being. And so if everything is always in becoming, evolutionary process, you can't locate being, right? Just like with what Father Deacon was saying about identifying at what point, what were you saying? Something like, what point is it a secondary trait with a tail?
Yeah, well, think about it. It starts off as not a tail, right? And it's some history in the progeny becomes a tail. Now, we're real essentialists, so, following along the lines of maybe something like Aristotle's kind of philosophical treatment, we can actually give a coherent account of, in terms of privation and change, in virtue of substances. It's not a tail because there's no form there, and then there's a tail here because it has the form of the tail. And so Nathan Jacobs' critique was like, well, that doesn't even make philosophical sense in nominalism.
Right.
But evolution's premised on that it has to go from the privation, no tail, to a tail.
To a tail, right.
Yeah.
Well, that was my nub joke. Like I made the joke, like, what is a 1/8 of a penis? It's nothing. It's just a nub. Wait, so at what point does it become penis? Because even if it's, and I'm being serious, I know it's silly, but it's a serious point. Even if it's penis, if it doesn't have the testicles, then it's pointless. It's actually disadvantageous for natural selection because you've got this extra lumbering appendage that doesn't do you any good because you have to have the testicles for it to be a reproductive organ. Let me read what he's.
You know what's the
Go ahead.
worst about these people, though? Because I started to cover, I need to finish up a stream reviewing Dr. Nathan Jacobs' thing on evolution. And I love how people just, the worst thing about the Evo crowd is they're so condescending. Actually,
Yeah, you can't even talk to Professor Dave because all he does is just literally just like cuss at you nonstop. Like, I get it. I don't mind the rhetoric. I don't mind the smack talking, but that's all he does. Like, there's no actual substance. It's just, rhetoric.
I have these people I'm looking at some of my comments where he was like, started criticizing Nathan Jacobs, and I'm like, obviously you don't understand the argument. I'd go back and watch it. This guy says, I did, and he doesn't actually explain why evolution necessitates nominalism. It's like, so that's the fallacy of incredulity, right? I.e. the I'm retarded, too dumb to understand.
Well, people are not understanding what we're arguing here because people are saying, Jay, if you had 1/8 of a penis, that would not be a lumbering appendage. No, I'm saying if you had 1/8 of my penis is even at 1/8 a lumbering appendage. That's what you guys don't understand because of.
He means at 1/8 inch. That's what he said.
No, he's not describing your situation. He's describing what it really is in my situation, which is still lumbering. So let me read this real quick, and then I'll let you guys come in with your grade school banter here. So he says the ancient accounts of the world are considered by moderns to be absurd, but he's arguing here that modern accounts, especially the evolutionary account, is no better, and it's even more silly in certain regards. In their mathematical formulations, because of the blank inconsequence of their authors that set themselves up as sovereign witnesses of all cosmic becoming, he's critiquing the evolutionary people. At the same time, they hold that the human spirit itself is nothing but a product of pure becoming. What connection is there between the primordial nebula, an eddy of matter, whence they wish to derive both earth and life and man, and this little mental mirror losing itself in its conjectures? Since for scientists, intelligence is but this, with the certainty of discovering in itself the logic of things. In other words, if your mind itself is a product of meaningless matter in motion, why are you even listening to the logic supposedly coming from your mind or arising from your mind? How can the effect judge concerning the cause in this case? So in other words, if you're a finite, billions of years removed, little tiny, worthless, meaningless mirror, how are you even able to reflect back and know the beginning point of the universe? How can it judge its own cause? If there exists any constant laws of nature, such as causation or number, space, time, anything within ourselves, that it has the right to say, quote, this is true or this is false. Where then lies the guarantee of truth? Is it in the object or in the subject? Is the nature of our spirit just a little bit of foam and wave of consciousness in the ocean of being? Or is there some to be found deep within a timeless witness of reality? He's basically saying, as Tristan has often said in some of his past videos, right, making fun of it, you're basically worthless pond scum, but you're also a god, bro. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no coherence between these fundamental ideas. Go ahead if you guys want to say something.
When it comes to evolution, I don't really have anything else to say. So I'm gonna wait for them.
You had a question about, and I cover this too, why I tend towards young Earth. You have to keep in mind too. So a paradigm, a science, whatever, is supposed to better account for the data. But for us, the data, the facts, is theological. And I would say, I find it, given the genealogies and everything in Scripture and the fathers, etc., much more difficult to make that work and fit into an old Earth paradigm. It works perfectly well on a young Earth. Furthermore, once I understand the motivation of why do they have to date these things so old? Well, it's to fit the evolution narrative.
Right.
Doesn't that make it more skeptical? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about it, but what I'm doing is, and I don't have to provide an infallible argument for, either one. What I'm saying is there's sufficient reasons to doubt an old Earth as an Orthodox Christian and accept a young Earth. It fits the theological observations, let's say. I'm skeptical of the motivations. They're pushing these years out and making this, because it's like, well, that's how we have to make the whole evolution story that we can't believe in as Orthodox.
Yeah, we're bending the story to fit the assumption.
Yes,
basically. Yeah.
yes.
But hey, great questions, Hunter. Appreciate that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways to go about critiquing evolutionary assumptions. I mean, I just thought that Titus Bruckhart's was really good just from a philosophical perspective. But I'm sure there's many other, more recent stuff from Dr. Jacobs, or I'm trying to remember what, I mean, the type of stuff that's in Wolfgang Smith's book is just like I said, it's a little too speculative with quantum type stuff, but it's still got some good critiques. And also, Darwin, we covered that, the Darwin book a while back. And this actually ties into Thomism, because this relates to what we were talking about with natural theology. If you don't believe in the fall, or if you don't go to divine revelation for how you interpret the natural world, then you look at the world, you would come to the conclusion, as many Thomists do erroneously, that death is natural. And this actually becomes very important in the history of the collapse of classical argumentation and classical apologetics after Darwin and the Enlightenment, because all the classical apologists were already saying, hey, look here. When we look at the natural world through pure evidentialism and pure natural theology, we see that there's all of these, death and predator prey. That's all natural. And look, that shows a designer. But what the evolutionary atheists were perceptive of enough to notice is, hey, wait a minute. If you're going to use predator prey and death as a argument for part of the design and that death is natural, now you've actually argued for a deficient creator, because now the created order necessarily includes death as part of its process. This is why you have to say death is unnatural and is the enemy. According to Romans 8, via our Christology, all death enters in through Adam's sin. There is no separate spiritual death from the physical death. And that's why we went to the other night, the Sixth Ecumenical Council, which says in the canons, if anyone says that death existed before Adam, he is anathema. You're condemned. Because it undoes not just the fall and the scope of the fall, it undoes by necessity the scope of Christ's resurrection and recapitulation. Because Paul says that that Jesus does the exact same scope in terms of recapitulation that Adam affected in terms of his fall. And thus, if Adam affected all of the natural world, then Christ must assume then and repair all death, decay, entropy, destruction in the world. That's why you can't say, Christologically speaking, that death is a natural thing that pre-existed Adam's, quote, spiritual death. By the way, in the New Testament, there's no clear delineation between physical and spiritual death. They're linked together. So when Adam and Eve die and become mortal, that is the same thing as spiritual death. They're linked together. That's why death is personified as a spiritual being, the devil. So the devil has the keys of death and Hades, right? And it's a weird Protestant Roman Catholic tendency to separate and think of these two different types. There's a spiritual death and then there's a physical death. I'm not saying that there's not, but they will then capitalize on that to try to say that, well, that's why there was millions of years of dying animals, that, you know, animals were eating each other, and then Adam and Eve were somehow produced through theistic evolution, and then they became, you know, sort of the height of creation, and God chose them to be the first representative humans. The problem is that means they were actually produced by millions of years of death. So death is actually now has to be defended as natural, when Paul is very clear in the New Testament, all death is destroyed in the resurrection. Are you going to say that only spiritual death is destroyed in the resurrection? That's what it would lead you to say, because of the mirroring of the incarnation, of the recapitulation to what Adam did. And why would we want to say, and this was part of Jim Bob's argumentation the other night against that theistic evolution guy, you're actually saying that God didn't really create. What actually happened was God perhaps ex nihilo created the first amoeba or whatever, the protozoa, the protocell, and then through a process of millions of years of death and the cycle of natural death, that somehow produces Adam and Eve, which is all retarded, obviously. I think it's just stupid, because there's no reason to believe those things, right? So in other words, they just sort of say this stuff that obviously doesn't fit the biblical model, because we have no evidence, for example, in the ancient world or amongst the church fathers, that anyone had any view, anything like that. So it's 100% ahistorical, it's apatristic. There's nothing like that in the ancient world, except for Hinduism. The closest thing to that is Hinduism or the teaching of Anaximander, because Anaximander says that beings evolved out of the ocean and from the fish, or he says some phrase like that, which is, so you got a pre-Socratic heretic pagan, and you got Hindu paganism teaching evolution. Other than that, nothing like that. And so it seems to actually deny creation ex nihilo and sort of posit this process philosophy, quote, creation, which I think that's even another angle that nobody ever goes, is like, well, it seems to speak as if God created Adam and Eve ex nihilo. It doesn't say anything about this, I mean, where's all the cavemen? So in other words, think how silly this would be. So basically you would have a 99.9% caveman human that was right before Adam and Eve, but God rejected that guy or that, Brendan Fraser, right? Or whoever, like the Cro-Magnon. What's the caveman movie with Brendan Fraser and Pauly Shore? So God rejected that dude. And the zillions of, like, the 99.8% human, the 99.7% human. This is how stupid this is. Oh, but it's when Adam and Eve are there, then they're the actual first humans. So, okay, so what happened to, like, Geico Caveman? Why was he rejected? It's just silly. But that's actually what they have to defend, but they never defend that. They never explain why God would reject 99.9% Adam, who's Geico Caveman, right? Encino Man. Yeah. Why isn't Encino Man? Why doesn't he count? Oh, he's just part of the death cycle process to produce Adam and Eve. This is retarded. This is all mythology too. It's just as mythological as the stuff that they think the mythology they think they're debunking. It's crazy.
It's a total myth.
Yeah.
That's, it has the, I want to say vibe, but okay. Do you know what I'm saying? The kind of aura and the vibe of mythology.
Absolutely.
Remember when there was that psychonaut guy that came on to David Patrick and I couldn't get him to follow?
Yeah, the mushroom guy.
Yeah. 2 seconds of linear thought whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm just like, geez, dude. One of the things like he was saying is that he was quoting or citing, ancient mythology.
Yeah.
He's like, how do you know, the Bible's not like that? I'm like, well, we could go into a lot of arguments, but I'm like, it's qualitatively different. That's like me asking you, Jay, I gave you Karl Marx's Das Kapital. How do you know that that's not actually poetry? Right? And it's like, well, qualitatively, it reads very different than poetry, doesn't it? Mythology reads and sounds a certain way. And I'm not even saying there's not, and the kind of ancient sense of the word mythos, story, certain language that's in certain parts of the scripture and stuff like that, and it being rich.
So, but hold on. Here's the question, though, Father Deacon. I agree with you, but if Brendan Fraser can wheeze the juice as good as Pauly Shore, why does he not have the same faculties in nature as Pauly Shore? Because Pauly Shore is human.
We drove through Encino that time. We went to that Greek church to see my spiritual father was covering.
Absolutely.
And I was just thinking about you when you mentioned Encino Man. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if Brendan Fraser can wheeze the juice as a Cro-Magnon man, just as good as Pauly Shore, who's a human, why is Pauly Shore fully Adamic, but Encino Man not Adamic?
That's a good one. It's nice. Well played.
And notice Tristan left right at this point. Tristan ducked out because he knew he was going to get refuted right here. He knew he was going to lose. There's one more point I was going to make about the aliens. Oh, just give me the Darwin stuff. So this book, let me grab it. Cornelius Hunter, that's it. Cornelius Hunter's book about Darwinism, which we covered we did a whole live stream on this years ago. This makes this key point and ties it into apologetics, Thomism, and death before the fall. And I think this is a kill shot when but nobody gets this. Unless certain Orthodox people hear it, they get it. But I pointed this out countless times to countless Roman Catholics. They lose their mind just like Muslims do when you bring up these super hardcore problems. Evolution and the Problem of Evil, Cornelius Hunter. It's called Darwin's God, Evolution and the Problem of Evil. This is a great book. I read this.
I'm going to type it in because I want to pull this up.
You're what?
Cornelius, go ahead.
Cornelius Hunter, his book is called Darwin's God, Evolution and the Problem of Evil. This is a great book. And what he really shows is that if you take this kind of historical process of the way that Western thought and apologetics went, all the natural theology apologists and the classical argumentation apologists ended up defending the idea that death is natural. But if death is natural, it leads to the problem that the atheists and Enlightenment philosophers have been pointing out, which is then God is not a good designer. So how are you going to use a teleological argument and say that teleology proves, the first cause designer, that God designed everything like a wise artificer? Okay, but the world is fallen. So in other words, you have to take the fall into account. But natural theology apologists can't take the fall into account because it's from divine revelation. Natural theology is defined explicitly amongst Catholics and evangelicals as reasoning about God apart from divine revelation. So understand, in your natural theology apologetics, you have to not go to revelation. You have to go to supposedly, quote, pure reason, or pure empirical evidence and observation. Okay, so how are you going to look at the world and purely reason to whether or not the predator-prey relationship and death is natural or unnatural? It doesn't tell you. How do you know? And many of these natural theology, classical argument apologists will explicitly argue that death is natural and part of the process. So you see, this proves that to even interpret the natural world correctly, I need divine revelation to tell me, no, actually the predator-prey relationship is not, quote, natural. This is as Paul says in Romans 8, God has subjected the creation to futility for the hope of the eschaton. The eschaton will restore the natural world and the universe to a truly natural state.
And that's why St. Demetrius Stanley,
Yes.
citing St. Maximus, says there is no essential distinction.
Yes, correct.
Natural revelation is understood in and through supernatural
Correct.
revelation.
Because the content is the same. It's a different medium. He says in that first chapter, the Bible is a book, and sticks and rocks and stones are sticks and rocks and stones, but they are pointing to the same divine self-disclosure of the Trinity. That's this. It's just two different means, two different modes of communicating. One's a book, one's nature. Hence the term natural revelation, not natural theology. But do you understand the strength of this critique, especially of Thomists? Because Thomists will say, no, I don't need divine revelation to look at the natural world and reason back to a first cause, reason to a creator, to a single super essence, et cetera, et cetera. Well, even Phaser admits in the 5 proofs, I'll give you another way to see how silly this is. Phaser says, he finally says, I admit that from natural theological reasoning, you can't actually demonstrate that the universe isn't an eternal chain. So he says the hierarchical causation model is better than the linear causation line of argument. So now you're not arguing. Hold on. So now you're not arguing for the biblical God anymore. If you're not arguing for the God that creates ex nihilo, you're arguing for the Neoplatonic God that eternally generates the world. The world.
This is what's good about Kant's critique of pure reason. He's kind of going after these guys.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that Kant and Hume are correct to say, wait a minute, if I'm just supposed to start with causation and telos in the world, and I can look at the world supposedly as a infinitely wise designed God designed it, then why is there so much death, decay, corruption, and what appears to be bad design?
Well, what I'm saying too, and furthermore, in Kant's antinomies, he was like, if you want to use pure reason, i.e. natural theology apart from divine revelation, you can prove exactly what Phaser says. This is kind of the flip side of it. I can't prove. Kant's actually saying, you could actually prove it as a first cause, and that if there is no first cause, it's an infinite chain.
Oh, interesting. So Kant anticipated the fact that there's no logical necessity within that line of argument to choose either an infinite causal chain or not.
Yeah, it's the critique of pure reason, and basically what is natural theology? Pure reason.
Pure reason.
From pure reason I came, and what Kant was able to show is and that's just one of them.
Right.
There's, how many antinomies where he's like, it's where pure reason breaks down. It's like, it literally contradicts it.
It contradicts.
It's that I can prove a first cause, and then it's an infinite cause. The world's temporal versus its, uncreated and infinite. And he just goes through the series of these, and the argument's perfect. It's logically, and he was like, it's a critique of, you can apply that to natural theology.
Yes,
like,
interesting. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So he would say that on the grounds of, quote, pure reason can't tell you which of those conclusions you're supposed to come to. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, and in fact, it tells you both. You can go either way. So, so these things go beyond what pure reason can actually tell you.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Because if reason tells you contradictions can't be true,
my pure reason produces contradictions, he was like, obviously, if your pure reason isn't working. Like, these are topics that go beyond what reason could actually accomplish. So let me just see all the antinomies, Kant's antinomies.
Well, for example, and this was something that Titus Bruckhart hinted at. If I'm an empiricist and I'm investigating via my reasoning faculty right now what's going on in the world, how do I have any idea or basis to think that that connects to something a billion years ago?
Oh, here it is. I think there's 4 of them. The first one is the finitude of the universe. The world has a beginning in time and in space, and the antithesis, it doesn't. He proves them both.
Okay, let me pull that up because let's see. Okay, I got the first one up. Go ahead.
Second one is about composition of substances. Every composite substance is made up of simple parts, and then the opposite. The antithesis, no composite thing is made up of
I can't believe I didn't even think to, but this is good. I'm glad you brought this up. So let's
think about it either until the way that you were describing it, I'm like, that's Kant's critique of pure reason.
So basically, let's take this first antinomy, space and time. Kant is saying, for the audience, if you're going to say natural theology, I'm going to reason about God apart from any divine revelation. That's, by the way, everybody's accepted definition of what natural theology is. You could have a thesis that, okay, I look out at the world and it must have a beginning in time and it must be limited, right? And is limited in space. So the world is has a beginning in time and is spatially limited. But the antithesis view is that, no, you understand, pure reason shows you actually that the world has no beginning and no limits in space because it's actually extending infinitely. And so Kant is arguing that pure reason alone cannot tell you which of these is correct, right?
Yeah. And they can't be, from pure reason standpoint, they can't both be true. By definition of what, right? Because a contradiction can't be true. It's sort of similar to like when you have a Copernican heliocentric model versus a Ptolemaic geocentric. They can't both be true at the same time, right?
Yeah, sure. They're mutually exclusive. But because I know the first thing that's going to happen is like Tim Gordon of the Thomists will come in and say, well, we know the world has a beginning in space and time. We know that because metaphysics. And what's Kant going to say? What's Kant going to say to that Tim Gordon rebuttal?
He says, Hume woke me up from my dogmatic
slumber. Exactly.
What was... he has a book before the critique
called Prolegomena to Any Future Metaphysics.
Any Future Metaphysics, yeah. And it's basically, this is kind of a continuation of it. It's a critique of these metaphysical speculations. And that prior to Hume, he was just in this dogmatic slumber of being like, well, we all know.
Yeah, he was in the Tim Gordon slumber.
He was in a Tim Gordon slumber. And it's great. I mean, and then the other thing, too, it begs the question, like, either you're missing the point, you're saying, well, this is what we assume. Part of this is showing all of these are, whether it's the thesis or the antithesis, is an unjustified assumption. That's what the critique of pure reason is.
Yes.
So you can throw it back on Gordon and be like, Kant was maybe wrong about stuff, but he was right here. You're unjustified in your metaphysical assumptions.
This was the whole argument I had with Tim Gordon in the entirety of text messages for a whole day the other day, was this point. Go ahead.
And it ends up being, everything, like, we'll just grant me all my unjustified assumptions so that I can actually make the case that the world does have a beginning.
Yes. Well, what's funny about the Thomists is what they end up doing is they end up having all the Christian presuppositions baked into their metaphysics without even knowing it. Right? Because they'll be like, well, because God created the world at the beginning, he's the first cause. Well, wait a minute. How do we know that from pure reason? Like, how do you get to that from pure reason observing events right now? Well, because metaphysics tells us that no cause can be without first having its antecedent or whatever, or there's no potentiality with some actuality to first actualize the potentialities or something. So, and then it's funny because I pulled this up, Father Deacon. I want you to hear this because we did it a couple nights ago. There's a section where Phaser is responding to the Hume and Kant objection, and he says somebody might say, well, what happens if I say, how do we know that every a potentiality derives from some actuality, or that every actualizer actualizes itself, or something, or that every first actualizer actualizes, or these? How do we know the first principles of this system?
Yeah.
And guess what he says?
Self-evident.
Essentially, he says, well, they're commonly generally accepted to be so. Okay.
That's just the meaning.
So that's the argument. Yeah. Now, here's the thing. In a debate, if you can say your first principles are just so can your opponent.
So you're telling me if I commonly change that, you'd concede.
Yeah. So if most people reject this principle, by the way, which I would say most philosophers nowadays do reject these basic metaphysical assumptions of the Middle Ages. So would that mean that it's not commonly general anymore?
Yeah. And what time period? No, then they'll switch and be like, well, over the long history. So it's like
yeah, right.
History of philosophy. This is what's it's like. The other thing too. This is why I made this argument was really about kind of critiquing natural theology with the Thomists thinking they could justify the existence of knowledge, right? Which is different than, as you pointed out, that's different than whether somebody knows something. It's like, yeah, but how do I justify or know that knowledge even exists? Of course, if knowledge exists, it exists. That's why I made the metaphysical epistemology, the metaphysics epistemology dichotomy, circularity, that it's exactly what because they do this. How do we know this is the metaphysics? This is the correct metaphysics. That the world has a beginning, that substances are made up of simple parts or not, or something like that. And how do we even know that we have knowledge to know these things, right? Well, if my metaphysics is true, that's how I know it. But how do I know it? So what they're doing is they're putting the
metaphysical cart before the epistemic horse.
The epistemological horse. And then when you nail them on that, they were like, now watch this. I can do my epistemological horse before my metaphysical cart. It's like, wait a minute, I just thought you said that.
Yeah. Let me tell you what he says. Here's what he says about the Hume and Kant objection on first principles and what's self-evident. Here he's specifically talking about causality. Even if we acknowledge, this is Phaser. Even if we acknowledge that the principle of causality applies within the world of our experience, why would we suppose that we could extend that beyond the empirical world back to the purely actualizer of all things, right? Which is the type of objection that we're making here. Like Kant's saying, well, how do you know? Or Hume is saying, okay, so because you see event A and event B, how do you know that you can extend that back to the beginning of the universe, which is an assumption, or to some outside of time and space being that is not like things in time and space? And he says, how do we know that we could extend this, for example, to something that is immaterial and outside of space and time that we don't observe? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing in question. So here's his answer to this. And by the way, all of it hinges on this. So notice he's made all these fancy arguments, and then he's saying, well, but what about, Hume and Kant coming along? And they say, how do you know this applies outside of time and space? Because that's the thing in question. He says, this is not a difficult objection to answer. It is true that we learn about causation from our experience of this world, but it doesn't follow that we can't apply it outside of our experience, so beyond time and space. For the reason we conclude that the things of our experience require causes is not because we experience them, but because they are potentialities until they're made into actualities. That's what's in question. So he just restates the thing that's in question. The principle that no potentiality can actualize itself is completely general. That's his answer. Now, I don't know if he means completely generally accepted or that this is a universal principle. But number one,
he means to universal, like universal principle. Like that's. I think what he's saying is you're changing the meaning of terms. Now, all of this, if you don't know, then is predicated on what?
Well, listen to what he said.
Entis,
right? I said I've got my note says this is all based on an analogia, that this applies to the being outside of time and space. But that's the thing in question, because here's what he says next. He says, once we learn this principle of no potentiality can actualize itself, we apply it beyond the things that we've actually experienced. And there's no reason to think that we can't do that. Well, that's what we're asking, though.
Well, first of all, that's a weird thing to say. To be like, and I've heard this before, where it's like the justification is, well, if there's no reason not to think it's the case, or if I haven't found a reason again, then it must be the case.
No, that's
a good reason.
That's in the Mannion paper, and Tim Gordon brought that up, and I was like, yeah, but Tim, that doesn't get you to justification, because just because it doesn't seem like there's any other way doesn't prove that this is the way. And
Lewis brought this up, and I can't remember. It's in philosophy, and I'm just blanking.
Well, Mannion says, for example, just because you can't conceive of it being different or being some other way, that doesn't mean that your account is necessarily true.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's an actual name in epistemology that philosophers say that, this is a good reason and justification until proven otherwise. So it was applying to exactly something like, it was something like this: absent any evidence, then the evidence should be sufficient justification. But it's like you said, like, that's exactly what I am. Like, who told you that?
Yeah.
Like, you're just making this stuff up, and like.
Well, that's an assertion. And it's like, why do we think that? How do we know that that's the case?
And here's the problem with philosophers: as long as they make it sound good, like when you're reading through all this stuff, right? Well, it sounds reasonable, which is very subjective, and that's the kind of task of the philosopher. Is just like, doesn't that kind of make sense? Which is a kind of mythology in itself,
but
right?
let me ask it this way though, because even if we say that what he means, even if phaser means by completely general that it's universal, I guess, like, in other words, it must kind of by definition be the case that no potentiality can actualize itself anywhere.
It's definition.
Okay, but here's the problem: is like the question is, from an empirical standpoint, why ought we think that that's universal? That, in other words, Hume's whole critique is that if you're an empiricist, that's an unjustified claim. You can't get universal claims and states of affairs from your limited temporal finite sense experience. And if it's true by definition, then it's really kind of irrelevant to the world, because there's all kinds of things that are true by definition, like, a triangle is a three-sided figure. Okay. Yeah. But this is the analytic synthetic distinction, right? To where it's like, yeah, but we need a synthetic a priori statement. And you're trying to make.
It's analyticity. Yeah, it doesn't.
Exactly.
Analyticity. Because I've seen some guys in the chat try to do the same thing, be like, it's just definitely an analytic, and it's like, well, didn't read all the contemporary critiques of analyticity.
Well, but I don't even know that you could
get you to a world.
Exactly. And by the way, how do we actually know that? I'm not even sure I would grant that. Like, no potentiality can actualize itself. I'm not sure that is true by definition, because these are metaphysical claims.
You'll have to think about
that. I mean, is that equivalent to saying there are no unmarried bachelors?
I think it could be, yeah. And if you look, it depends on if you're using Frege analyticity and stuff like that. I think you'd pull that off. That's why I'd be like, I'd just give it to him and be like, well, congratulations. Now you're locked inside of your head.
Mm-hmm.
like you can't, this is what causes the whole problem of other mind, like all this stuff. You can't know an external world. And no philosophers have been able to solve that.
Well, this is what I mean in the DMs and day-long chat with Tim Gordon. This is where we got back to, and I'm like, okay, so you're just saying this is a self-evident sort of metaphysical principle, and even if I granted that in terms of your limited finite sense experience, how do we get to that being outside of time and space or the beginning of the universe? Like, and that's, I guess that's Kant's point, right? Like, it's just not, it's not a justified leap. It's a non sequitur, because how do you know which of these two resolutions?
That's it. That's what you're.
And of course they're going to say a bunch. They're going to say a bunch of, well, we know by definition that no cause, or no potentiality can actualize itself. But how do you know that universally applies to outside of time and space and the beginning of the world? Because you would need that for the first antinomy, right?
Yeah, and I think, yeah, exactly. One way that I've seen Thomas go is the philosophy history route and be like, we see all these problems. Kant would have said what he said, unless there was Hume, unless there was Descartes, and you see all of it goes south once they leave a Thomistic Aristotelian account of. And I would agree in part with that, but it's like,
well, that doesn't,
then we're back. That doesn't tell me if
that
the
doesn't tell me
Aristotelian account.
Exactly.
Now, again, just like with we both have a true belief that you should wash your hands after using the bathroom. It doesn't tell me how and why that's justified. Well, just because we believe it. Just because I believe, or as Orthodox in real essentialism that's similar to the Roman Catholics, doesn't mean they're justified in believing it. We have a total different justification and argument.
Yes, that's what I couldn't get to. Yeah, that's
believe a similar metaphysics to
right.
them.
And that's what I couldn't get Tim Gordon to get. Tim was just like, well, but look, dude, we have so many of the same principles here. And I'm like, yeah, I believe in causation. I believe in teleology. I just don't believe in your account of it. And I couldn't get him to get that.
Yeah, it must be hard. Like just being.
Well, it's because you're wrapped in you're boxed in a system.
Yeah. But thanks for making me think about. I'm going to work out a more sophisticated argument now, a critique of natural theology based on Kant's antinomies and prolegomena to any future metaphysics.
Yeah, I mean, again, like the chat's getting good with it too, because it's like, okay, so if no potentiality can actualize itself, even if it's analytically true, like, what is that? That's not doing anything for us, really. That's like saying all unmarried men are bachelors. Okay, how does that help us out? What is that doing for us in terms? That's not going to help you.
Non-substantial is what it's non-substantive. It's like, yeah. So what? Like you just said, the word means what the word means. What I defined it to mean. What like.
But I'm still not sure that would even be analytically true, because you've got this metaphysical. How do you show that it's true by definition that potentialities require an actualizer?
Potentially, let me think how to do this. Potency means a potency of some actuality. Okay, so yeah, this is interesting. I'm really trying to steel man the argument here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it because I want to see.
Bear with me. Okay, so, but a potency is not a thing, right? It's potentially the thing, correct? But it's not pure non-being. Okay, so far so good. That's just the meaning of potency.
Right.
And potency is defined by actuality. This is why Aristotle says, in the real order of things, actuality is first. Because if I say I'm potentially at the gas station, there has to be an actual gas station for me to actually say that. All right. So how could you get
being from non-being.
Yeah, so it would basically just be a being, non-being statement, but
that's what it eventually would reduce to. That's why sometimes and I think in the Freudian account of they have to be retranslated into analytic statements, if I remember correctly. So you'd have to probably do something like that, two no's don't get a yes, right? Two non-beings don't ever get an actual being.
Okay, let me ask the question this way. Does this assume a metaphysics of actualization or actuality?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Could I pull this off? I'm starting to see your point now and think you might be right. I'm just trying to work really hard to steelman the argument.
Like, no, you should do that because if I ever debated Phaser, or if you ever did, this is what they're gonna do.
Because what makes it tricky too is having studied Aquinas and Aristotle, they do mix in all the metaphysics and be like, well, everything that we've seen in our experience, a non-hot object's made hot by an actual, and I don't know how much the experiences of forming versus also but definitionally, how could you get something from nothing, which is what, if you had two potencies, so only an actual thing could bring what's not into being. So I think they might be able to pull it off analytically.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to work. It's not going to work to prove. It's not going to work to prove the argument for causation. But
no, well, think about this too, because here's another problem with natural theology. They have this kind of foundationalist kind of view of knowledge that each argument can just be operate on its own, right? That it doesn't depend on. Isn't that the way they always do?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about Aquinas' 5 ways.
Yeah.
He's not like this one part.
No, they all go together, right? They go together.
But he presents them as if they stand on their own. And I think Phaser does this, let's just look at this argument. But when you said that, what doesn't make sense is that, but you have all kinds of assumptions in there.
Right.
And one of them that I noticed was, like you said, the analogy that, so suppose I grant him, he can pull it off. Well, that's just definitionally what that means. You still don't get away with it. You still have assumptions, like you said, but how does this get us in the causal chain to a first cause? And I was thinking about Aquinas's in question 2, article 2.
Because we don't know that there's a similarity between the being that's nothing like the temporal realm, but that's the thing. They just assert the thing in question. Yeah,
and what's funny, it's not just hand waving, which is what.
No, if you remember, and Phaser's going to say the same thing as Aquinas. He's going to say, well, every effect bears some similarity to its cause.
Yes.
No, that's the thing in question. That's the thing in question.
And here's where I think the link is, the missing link. They were talking about the Cro-Magnon man and Encino man. Well, here it is. Here's the Encino man, Cro-Magnon man, missing link, Lucy, the argument, philosophical argument. If you look at Aquinas' Article 2, Objection 3, it's not just begging the question, right? It has something to be like, do these words even apply to anything? So,
hold on, let me pull it up. It's which one? Question 1, what?
Question 2, Article 2, Objection 3. You see it?
Is it under whether God exists or the next one?
Whether God exists, which is question 2,
Yeah, okay, and then, this says...
Article 2, whether it can be demonstrated that God exists. Go to Article 2, and then go to Objection 3.
Okay, got it, yeah.
If the existence of God were demonstrated, it could only be from his effects. How do we know that?
Well, right.
Oh, because my metaphysics, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
but his effects are not proportionate to him since he is infinite. And his effects are finite, and between the finite and infinite, there is no proportion. Great argument.
Yes,
actually.
this is our argument. This is what we argue.
Okay, so notice his stupid reply. Well, there's no perfect. It's an analogy, basically, is what.
Yeah, analogia entis. Yeah.
Yes, but two problems here. First of all, those infinite means not finite, and finite is not infinite. So I have two incommensurate things that you're asking me. Suppose I wanted to relate, I don't know, like a square root to like a whole number or something like that. And they're incommensurate. And it's even worse for this. No, I shouldn't even use the numbers because there at least is some proportion there. They're numbers. This is saying opposites.
Right.
So he's actually lying. He's deceiving us. He's saying there's no perfect relation, but it's like, no, they're opposites. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, it's always cashed out, even in Greek philosophy, as opposite. So what's God's relation to the world? He's opposite of the world. He's eternal. He's
and this is why
simple.
The Muslims too. If there's nothing like Allah, then you can't have any speech about Allah or words about.
Yeah, how do you get analogia if it's cashed out as opposite?
Yeah, exactly. So two things. Yeah, that begs the question that there is. Well, I just put it in to save my position, so it could be an ad hoc rescue. But furthermore, if you try to apply, I was just thinking here, what the objection 3 shows is the language doesn't necessarily apply to anything, right? So when he says, but that's the definition.
Well, he says right there, from the effects not proportionate to the cause, no perfect knowledge of the cause can be attained. However, from every effect, the existence of the cause can be clearly demonstrated, and so we can demonstrate the existence of God from his effects, for though through them we cannot perfectly know God as he is in his essence. So in other words, analogia. But how do we know that there is an analogia from a thing cashed out as opposite to the effects?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what we're asking, right?
And then he just basically like
he just says because it's so.
A perfect relationship, yeah, or it's just so. But I'm saying there's a further problem too.
Okay.
Even if you could work because I'm thinking about, even if you could work this out like definitionally, analytically, it still doesn't tell me there's a thing out there that applies.
Yeah. Right. And that would be a Kantian type of critique because it's like, okay, so you can define all this stuff definitionally with all kinds of analyticity, but how does that tell me that that's actually going on out in the noumenal realm, according to Kant, his argument?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Well, that's just, when I brought this up to people at Thomas Aquinas College, you know what, they got mad at me and said, that's just modern philosophy.
No, that's what Tim Gordon says. He's like, you're just following these moderns.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so what?
Yeah, like what if somebody just like discovered a mathematical like proof or something like that, Fermat's last theorem, like I don't believe in that. That's modernism.
Well, also it's a genetic fallacy. It's like, so what? Like, so everybody so nobody's had a valid argument after the year 1500. I mean,
oh, that's great, dude. That would make a great skit, actually. Like what Thomas are really like.
And how do you? And by the way, what's the cutoff point? Like 1400, 1500? Like what's the quote modern period where the philosophy all cut off?
Yeah, that would be a great skit because it would it wouldn't just be a year; it would be a day and second when like all civilization.
By the way, beep, your Casio watch goes off in the year 1500. Guys, philosophy's done. There's no more valid arguments. It's the modern period.
It was a good run.
We had a good run.
Anyways, this is a great conversation.
Yeah, but again, I'm glad you brought us back to this point in the Summa because what he's doing is he's sneaking in another metaphysical position that from the Kantian or our perspective, and I'm not Kantian before people are low IQ and think that we're just being Kantians. We have plenty of critiques of Kant. We're saying this argument is a good argument, that if Kant's reading this, he's going to say the effects are not proportionate to the cause, with no perfect knowledge of the cause can be obtained, but there is a similarity between the effect and its cause. That was the question, though, Thomas. Like, Thomas, you just restated the thing in question as if it's a just so argument.
Tom, come on, Tom.
So basically, the objection is saying, well, God is not like his effects; they're not proportionate to him. He's infinite; the effects are finite, and there's no proportion. And the answer is, well, there's a proportion called analogia. Okay, so you've invented an analogia, which I believe in, but I'm just saying I don't understand why I'm supposed to accept that on the empirical grounds of Thomism. Remember, they believe in the peripatetic axiom. There's nothing in the intellect that's not first in the senses. Why am I supposed to think from my sense data that there is an analogia between a disproportionate cause and effect?
It's like the Cartesian pineal gland.
Yeah, he just comes up with it. Well, we have this organ in our pineal, this organ called the pineal gland that gets the realm of pure ideas.
That links non-body,
yes,
i.e., mind, with body, not mind. Yeah, it's the pineal gland fallacy. That's great. We got to remember that.
Yeah, when in doubt, and this is what Thomas always do. When in doubt, invent a metaphysical concept to rescue the system. Cooper, what's up? Cooper, you want to unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, so I have basically a defeater for your entire position and a question. So I'll start with my question. So about a half a year ago, I sent in a super chat, which you responded to about your favorite fish, which, if I remember correctly, was a swordfish. However, you intentionally didn't unpack my second question, which was, what was your second favorite fish? So I wanted to just ask that again because you didn't respond to it, and posit that you are a LARPer of a fisherman. You've said previously that you don't like fishing, so how can you become a fisher of man if you don't know how to fish?
Oh, exposed. So many word concept fallacies, by the way, in that. Right. It's over.
Just say it's analytic. It's just analytic.
By definition, it is true. It is contained. The predicate is contained within the subject. That. Oh, that's right. That's the Kantian, right? So, is it contained within actuality that potentiality must have actuality? I'm not sure. How do you demonstrate that's contained within? Then it gets into linguistic philosophy.
No, because what does the word potency mean? Right?
No, but I'm saying if you wanted to argue that it was analytic, you have to show that, according to Kant, the predicate is contained within the definition of the subject.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do.
But how do you know that from pure actuality there is even such a thing as potentiality?
You don't from pure actuality. How do you know there's such a thing as?
Don't we have two different ideas here?
You have to go the other way around. So potentiality is not contained within actuality semantically or analytically. So there's nothing in the definition of actuality. The predicate of potency is not in there. But potency is the subject. Actuality is in the predicate. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I can restate it.
No, I get it. I'm just trying to think it through. Like,
well, there's your problem. If you want
to, but hold on.
Think it through.
But the difference. So, but I mean, an unmarried bachelor is a single man, or excuse me, a single man is
an unmarried.
A bachelor. A bachelor is a single man.
Yes.
And that's essentially saying that's contained within the definition. But I'm still not sure that how do we know that contained within the definition of potentiality is there's no potentiality that could actualize itself?
Oh, well, you have to make inferences from that. It's not actually that itself. I think that's what he's doing is from the analytic definition of potency, in which actuality, you have to make inferences based on the meanings of those words, that because you're introducing a new concept, all of a sudden change, right? But what is change? It's the actualization of some potency or something like. And then as you follow out the meaning of the words, you could set like a syllogism or an inference. And then conclude something. But no, I don't think it's not the exact, I see what you're doing. It's not the exact same thing as like, well, just from the meaning of the word,
right.
I would know.
But doesn't Kant say that it has to be contained within the definition of the predicate? I mean, the subject.
Yeah, so the subject, potency, what's the definition? Becoming, but not yet actuality or something like that. So that predicate, right, about that has the
well,
word
wait a minute.
potentiality.
If potentiality is change or becoming, how do we know that necessitates the Aristotelian?
No, change and becoming is defined analytically as the actualization of the potency. Potency itself doesn't change at all. It's just what's capable of being changed.
It's capability.
Yeah. Okay, so once I define potency, the subject, right? What's the predicate? That which is in a state of becoming an actual thing or actual.
No, see, we're just looking at one layer of the argument. It doesn't refute. People think that, oh, look, Dyer's getting refuted. They don't even understand what's happening. No. It's not refuting the overall argument. I'm just asking if Phaser could get away with.
We're trying to straw man the argument.
We're trying to steel man Phaser's argument. We're steel manning Phaser's argument just at the first level claim, which was, is it true by definition that all potentialities must require an actualizer? And I know that in Thomistic philosophy, that's what they would say. Yes, I understand what this is. I'm just wondering if you could show that metaphysical claim to be true by definition. But even if we grant this is just a sort of a nuanced philosophical point. It doesn't matter, because even if we grant this, Phaser doesn't get to use this the way he wants. It doesn't solve the dilemmas that we're proposing or that Kant's proposing. I'm just trying to figure out if he can get off the ground with the first claim.
Yes.
And FDA is trying to steel man it, and I'm trying to be convinced. It seems like he can, but even if he can, it doesn't do what he wants it to do.
It's amazing how many people don't understand.
And it's the same thing with Aquinas. We're just making the same type of argument with Aquinas, where it's like, how do we know that between two things that are disproportionate, there is an analogia? And Aquinas is saying, well, because there's analogia. Do you agree?
Sorry, I was sending a photo to our father.
So objection 3 is, how do we know that there is between disproportionate things analogia? And Aquinas' answer is, because there's analogia.
Exactly, that's one way.
Yep.
We
got a pagan. Where's the pagan? Raise your hand if you're the pagan.
Worse than that. He's saying there is no analogia, and he's saying,
but there's also analogia.
And it works if there's an analogia. It's like, yeah, but that's what's in quest. So first he actually says, he gets the argument, the critique correct by saying there isn't a proportion.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's just like, well, yeah, there is. Well, what is it? Analogia. It's just it's like, yeah, but how's an analogia? Because there's then it goes back into that. But okay, let's get the pagan on.
And again, to answer what the other antinomies Kant argues that from pure reason alone, you're not going to be able to determine between. By the way, I forgot on this first antinomy. Phaser actually concedes this. I forgot because the end of the book, or actually multiple times throughout the book, Phaser says, actually, you can't show whether the causal chain is eternal or not. He admits that you cannot actually show that there's a beginning to it. And that's why he says, so I'm going to use a different type of causal argument. He calls it a hierarchical causal argument. But not a linear causal argument back to a beginning of the universe. And he actually says that multiple times throughout the book. He's like, no, actually, this argument does not demonstrate a temporal first cause. And he says it doesn't need to because I'll just use a different causal argument. But that's my point, is like he's essentially conceding Kant's point on the first antinomy and admitting, although Phaser believes the universe has a first cause, Phaser's saying on pure natural theology reasons, I can't prove a first cause, but I don't need to. I'll just prove a cause. And he thinks that's actually good apologetics. But isn't that crazy? So in other words, he's admitting Kant's first antinomy, right?
Yeah.
If he's saying that the causal chain argument doesn't tell me a first cause.
That's what made me think about the Kant is when you said that, I was like, wait a minute. That's Kant's first antinomy.
And he says this multiple times. That's not my interpretation, by the way. He says this multiple times in the book. He's like, we might as well just give up trying to argue from a first temporal cause or the beginning of the chain. He says, because there's no reason to say that it's not just an eternally caused chain. And he realizes that because for God to be the first actualizer, you would have to then argue, like Aristotle does, that he's eternally actualizing something else. So that requires an eternally actualizing, unmoved mover moving something other. And he says, yeah, there's nothing in that tells me creation ex nihilo. Well, then thank you for giving up proving the Christian God, dude. That's great apologetics. And by the way, you're conceding our point by admitting Kant's first antinomy.
Yes, exactly.
Who's the pagan? Raise your hand, whoever wants to come up.
Moving on up.
So
to the J side. That's my new song.
Give me an emoji, whoever you are as a pagan, because there's 10 people in here. I don't know who the pagan is. Who's the pagan? Raise your hand. Who disagrees? Go ahead, line.
Haraka too, is it?
Are you the pagan? What's up, man? Yeah, here he is. By the way, that was a really insightful section there with, I appreciate that, because now I'm making connections here. Oh, okay. So Phaser's actually conceding the first antinomy. That's crazy.
Exactly.
But actually, he's indirectly conceding it because he actually is agreeing with the antithesis. He's like, actually, pure Aristotelian philosophy. He's like, I can't prove thesis, so I'm just going to say that's the antithesis. It could be the antithesis. So go ahead, Karak.
And that's what made me think of
that.
But wait a minute, that's actually natural theology.
Exactly.
So he's basically conceding and giving up on natural theology as well, like his whole program.
Well, he's not, but he would be ultimately if he was consistent.
Then that's the implication.
That's the implication,
saying. Kant is correct in what he's pointing out, and he is there. I think then, since that critique is really the critique of what the natural theology assumptions are, it's like, well, then if you conceded one of those points, you just, like, the entailment is you just conceded all natural theology.
Exactly. Yeah, if you concede that pure reason can't tell you that the universe has a beginning from purely Aristotelian philosophy, then there's no reason to think that somehow the antithesis is the right conclusion. It's just as arbitrary. Karak, you want to unmute?
Hello. How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I just had a general question about orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
So I've spoken to Catholics before about this specific question. I'm very curious about how different sects perceive what essentially what happens to people that pre-Christian people like after death? Like, do they go to hell?
We think the gospel was preached to them when Christ descended into Hades.
And okay, so I've heard about Hades. I've asked my friends about it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, if let's say like these people were idol worshippers and they sacrificed to the gods, would they go to hell?
Well, for us, Hades is a realm that has a place for the righteous and for the wicked during the Old Testament period. So when Christ descended in his death, burial, and descent, he went to preach to the dead, and presumably we know he preached to the righteous because they were anticipating him. But in some sense, he could have potentially preached to all the dead, and exactly what that means and how that went, we don't know. We're just told in Peter that when he descended, he preached the gospel to those in Hades. So,
and there's some traditions, even in Orthodoxy, that they're not painted as saints or anything like that, but the pagan Greek philosophers are painted in heaven because of the preaching in Hades. That obviously Plato and Aristotle, if that happened, well, we would hope would, because of their virtue, their pagan virtue. And that's what the fathers actually called to, like, the ancient pagans had some virtues and stuff, like when we think about Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates and stuff like that, that they would have responded to Christ. And if they did,
that's what.
So anyways, there's a whole tradition about that.
Yep.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Saint Cyril says that he preached to the virtuous pagans. So that's Saint Cyril's account of it.
I was given this verse by Catholics. It was Romans 1:18-20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what it is. What about it?
Like, essentially, they told me like the pagans could just go to hell. Like with that verse, just reading that verse.
Well, I mean, in Romans,
it's probably changed now, right? They're probably, now that they're worshiping together, they might have.
I mean, Vatican II says that Hindus worship and love, quote, God with a capital G, just like Catholics and Muslims and Jews. So, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, God is saying that the actions of the pagans make them liable to damnation, but Romans 2 says that they are judged via natural law. So you have to also look at Romans 2, where it says that they will be judged on the basis of the natural law in their conscience and their hearts. So as he says that in Romans 2, 14, 15, and 16.
14, I see. Yeah, I see. Indeed, when Gentiles who do not have the law do by nature things required by the law, they are a law for themselves, even though they do not have the law.
So he's talking about conscience there in verse 15.
Okay. They show that the requirements of the law are written on their hearts, their consciousness, also bearing witness, and their thoughts, sometimes accusing them of, and at the other times even defending them. Okay. And the concept of Hades, just hearing that like a plain, hearing it like for the first time, it just comes off of as a pagan concept, right?
Well, I think all of it. It's just the Greek translation of the Old Testament, the Septuagint, and then the New Testament Greek Koine Greek texts are using the Greek word for the realm of the dead, so that's why it's Hades.
Okay. Can something like that be found in like the Old Testament? Or?
Yes, for example, throughout David's Psalms, when the Orthodox Church uses the Greek translation of the Old Testament, the Septuagint, and all throughout those, David says, "You will not leave my soul in Hades," which we think is a prophecy of Christ's descent.
I gotcha. All right, that was just my question.
Yeah, that was great questions. Appreciate that. Now, we got quite a few super chats, so if you disagree, you go to the head of the line, so you can give me an emoji, but I do need to start getting through some of the super chats because there's quite a few. we got a bunch of super chats from LK Robin Hood. He sends several $5 ones, and he says, there was a misunderstanding. You blocked me. Here's my super chats. Unblock me. Okay, I'll look at that. I'll have to find you. LK Robin Hood. Let me write that down, and I'll do it here in a minute. Bro, Father Deacon, this is like 2020 times. Like these, hardcore Thomistic philosophy streams. We haven't done that in many years.
I miss it, man.
Yeah, it's fun. Let me see. Okay, Robin Hood says, I tried to chat at the beginning. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I watched that 1 versus 5 debate. I can only imagine how frustrated you were. I think people misunderstood what was going on here. So people thought that I was extremely angry and frustrated. I mean, in the moment, I was passionate, but people totally misunderstood what was going on here. This was an intentional, theatrical, blood sports, entertainment style debate. The whole thing was intended to be just basically a way for people to clip farm and come out with crazy clips. And I don't mind these kinds of debates. I like formal, intellectual, high-tier debates, but I also don't mind these kind of crazy, wild debates. To me, either one's fun. So no, I wasn't mean or I did get annoyed with the Cholo cheater, but for me, it was just essentially just entertainment. So people just couldn't grasp that this was like halfway entertainment. They just thought, oh, this is him being so mean. That's why I warned you guys ahead of time when this comes out. I'm like, they're all going to say how mean I was, but everybody agreed to this being basically a heated theatrical style performance. And that's exactly what it was. And it was supposed to be funny. So no, I wasn't even mad, except I didn't like the Cholo cheater for trying to cheat. Matt Dillon, Monkey, $10. I wear my AI glasses at night so I can keep track of the quotes in my mind. But he's defeating me. I like that. Don't be mean to the Cholo. Luis says for $10, nothing. Anaconda, $3. Looks like you EDC Kimber Compact. I don't know what that means. JH, $2. Are you scared of Libiano? Why would I have called him on his stream to come and debate if I was scared of him? And I think everybody's seen that he's like the worst. I want him to be the face of Dawa. He's so bad that even Jake is nervous that he doesn't want that dude to be the face of Dawa because he's so terrible. And Jake's having to make daily videos calling out how bad Libiano is. Sonny, I'm a Protestant. I'm a fan. Currently rediscovering church fathers. I'm reading a book by Michael Haken. I'm not familiar with that, but glad you're looking into it. Mario, $10. What's up, dog? PBD will be moderating the Candace Andrew debate. Mr. Nixon, $10. I donated to Andrew, and here's also a donation to you. Keep up the good fight. Appreciate that. Mario, $5. What about Christian conspiracy theorists? Are we correct? Well, are we correct on what? I mean, there's a lot of different ways that could go. I would say some of us are correct. Some are schizo. What about the millennial reign? You can either be amill or post-mill, but you cannot believe in a literal 1,000-year reign in the Orthodox Church because that's condemned to the Second Ecumenical Council. Are we living in Satan's little season? No, I don't follow any of that stuff. That's all Protestant gibberish. Ocean Miller, $3. Jay Watt, I like watching you. Have you heard of the redacted YouTuber called Messenger of Truth? Yeah, he's one of the worst, isn't he? He reminds me of Captain Tazariak. Yeah, he's like that tier. No Face Killa, $5. You were talking earlier about Alex Gray. Allison Gray is part of the tribe. She does Seder Passovers at his sacred chapel, Sacred Mirror Chapel. Oh, I'm not surprised. Tristan, did you want to say something?
Is she available?
I thought you were married. Are you in an open pen relationship thing again?
This is public?
Yes, we're live right now.
I was asking for a friend.
Oh yeah, okay. For your wife's boyfriend? Were you asking for your wife's boyfriend?
Is that like a foreign language name? Your wife's boyfriend?
No.
I don't understand.
Now he's conveniently not understanding English all of a sudden. Note that. Note that, everyone. Note that. Aquanote, please unblock me. On what? I don't know. So I don't know what these. Let me write you down too. I got this other guy written down. So I assume you guys mean on Twitter, or do you mean on YouTube? You got to tell me which thing to block on, because I got thousands of people blocked on thousands of apps. John Shepard, $20. The alien egg abduction chick. It's literally an X-Files episode. They're just like that. Alien egg abduction chick. Are you talking about what Tristan and I were talking about with the what is the alien egg abduction chick? The Protestant deliverance woman. I already forgotten.
That was crazy. I forgot about that already. Yeah, if somebody has that video, should send it to me, because it'd be interesting to look at some of the similarities between these movements and these weird experiences these people are having with these demons, basically.
There's an X-Files. Yeah, well, half of the X-Files episodes are about that. I forgot to mention, by the way, when Tristan and I did our stream, that the overall story arc of the 12 seasons of X-Files or whatever is actually mainly what we were talking about with Tristan, right? The story is there's the good alien race and the bad alien race, and they've been here for forever, and they've been tweaking the human genome, and we're an alien experiment, and the good aliens are choosing people like Cassandra Spender to be the chosen ones to, ambassadors for the good alien race when the apocalyptic alien war takes place. Like all of that same stuff. It even has, alien cults in X-Files. All of that's reproduced in X-Files. And by the way, I'm an X-Files expert. I have to say, I have seen the entire seasons probably 5 times through. So, and the reason for that is Jamie and I got addicted to watching X-Files when we first met. So we kind of did, that was like a routine for us, was to go through X-Files together. So I've mastered X-Files. I would probably beat most people in X-Files quiz. Just saying.
Okay. All right. Recite every script of every X-Files episode.
I'm choosing right now to not do that just because you demand it. I could do it. I could probably even do it.
Touche. I forgot to say the other night too, when I had first read that Streamer book when I was really young and shouldn't have read it, and at the same time I was being exposed to Coast and all that. Also, my favorite show when I was around that age was the X-Files. Right, I'd stay up when I was like 10 years old, and I'd be so excited to see a new episode of X-Files. So it's a kind of a perfect storm there for. I mean, it's really the whole sci-fi world is just a giant cult grooming. It's like big circle, big tent grooming for in recruitment ground for later more specific cults.
Yeah, and it's interesting because even within X-Files, you'll get these moments of revelation of what is actually happening. Like I think around season 3. They introduce a plot line where Mulder begins to be a skeptic, and there's this guy from the NSA who comes and tells Mulder that the entire alien story is a psyop. If you remember that. And you're actually, at the end of season 3, you're actually starting to think into season 4, like, oh, wow, that, there are no aliens. It's actually just a big, which is really what's happening. That's the actual narrative.
They would often tease and entertain different paradigms and kind of different hermeneutics.
Absolutely, yep.
That was a big part of the show, right? Which is why it was well written, because they would offer you different possible hermeneutics for all the things that you were seeing.
Yeah, the whole premise is alternate. Usually, right, Scully's the skeptic, but there's times where it flips, and even Mulder's skeptical, and Scully believes this or that. So, yeah, it's a great show just from an entertainment, writing perspective. But unfortunately, there is quite a bit of alien gibberish propaganda throughout the show.
You know what's a good, I'm reading a book right now, is a pension book, Mason and Dixon, and they kind of have Mason and Dixon as characters who are surveyors and astronomers working for the Royal Society, to kind of settle the dispute and draw the Mason-Dixon line. And so they're kind of in this world in between. You have a skeptic, Mason, who's more like straight cutter, and you've got Dixon, who's kind of this little bit more outgoing, kind of
like a Freemason. A Freemason.
Mason and Dixon are not Freemasons, but Masonry plays a role. There's actually this background noise of Masonic conspiracies and Jesuit conspiracies and French spies and all this stuff. And there's actually a funny passage about how people will assume that Mason is a Freemason, but he's not actually a Mason yet. They meet Benjamin Franklin, and he just starts like Fed posting it IRL at them and just saying all this weird. Ben Franklin's like total freaky, weirdo spy vibes kind of guy, and they just think he's pretty sus. And
well, he's just trying to bang their grandmothers because that's what he was into.
Well, yeah, they actually Pynchon brings up Hellfire Club a few times. It's really funny, but they have a Mulder and Scully kind of relationship. It's not exactly one-to-one, but one of them's a skeptic, and one is a Quaker, and one is an Anglican. So they have these two different Protestant worldviews, and they're traveling through. They start out in London. They start out in the UK. Then they go over to South Africa and Cape Town and experience all these kind of, the Dutch, and experience the Dutch Cape Town and these Dutch Reformed people and how they're living. And then they go to the U.S. So it's an interesting book, which is like exploring the idea of scientism and the new religion of science. And it's a critique of the Enlightenment, seems to be kind of this major undergirding theme in it. And this, the skeptic versus the believer as far as as far as like something beyond just the measurable science. But yeah, it sometimes makes me think of the X-Files reading it. They're dynamic of Mason and Dixon.
And by the way, if you guys didn't watch last night's or 2 nights ago stream with Tristan, it was really fun. We got pretty deep into similarities between Whitley Strieber's account of his supposed alien abduction and MKUltra, cults, ritual abuse, ancient religions, OTO, Crowley, Jack Parsons. We went pretty heavy into all that stuff. So you can check out that link.
Thanks a lot for that one. I actually want to do more kind of specific alien and UFO cult kind of deep and also just surface dives, because there's
well, I think that stuff's going to grow. It's going to keep expanding, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's important, and it's fun too, because some of it's somewhat goofy. So there's a level of comic relief you get from it. It's over the top and ridiculous, but I think it's important. It's a lot of people get sucked up into it, especially in the alternative and conspiracy world.
Exactly.
Hey, could you? I want to bounce. Thanks for a wonderful evening, but I was going to say, if you guys would do one on, I'd mentioned this to you, Jay, earlier, but just the UFO and the New Age stuff that came in through the rave scene, because they're all into all the UFO.
We've talked about that, but we haven't done a stream devoted to that, but we definitely should.
Aaron's McKenna and Leary influencing the rave scenes significantly.
Yeah, exactly. But I noticed that early on, as soon as I got, when I was younger, that it was like, it's all tons of alien themed stuff.
Yeah, mushrooms and flying saucers and alien abduction and light shows. Well, it's funny because a lot of the same tech that's used within the rave scene and the festival scene, and those all come from the acid tests, which have a direct connection with all these spooky, LSD, CIA things that are going on.
By the way, FDA, what is that? That orange,
Sunshine.
Orange Sun. I cannot remember this. Orange Sunshine is the documentary.
Brotherhood.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need to review that too. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, we'll do a review of that too. And the other thing too is crazy. This was like, I guess it was 1996. My first rave was literally Oz, like the Wizard of Oz, which is like known as like kind of a monarch movie, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
And it was crazy even back then at like 18 years old. I actually thought that. I was like, dude, that's crazy. They're playing this movie and they're giving everybody drugs and there's all this stuff in here. And I'm like, I suspected it was like a CIA MK Ultra experiment. You've like the first, and of course you're like, yeah, but I gotta go back.
Well, it's funny how much paranoia is in that world. I guess not anymore now because everyone just, this stuff's really normal now. I don't know if you've noticed, but normal people that used to be pretty normie 5-6 years ago are talking about like, oh, you get some acid and have like a party. People like normie millennials are into LSD, mushrooms, MDMA. Everyone's into the Rogan stuff now. It's I think it's really not as taboo anymore, and maybe they're not prosecuting people, but when we were younger, it was really, there's so much paranoia around it because, if you get caught with some of these things, you're going to do serious jail time. So there was a kind of a different culture around it, but I think it's interesting. We did a stream like a month or two ago on The Crying of Lot 49, which is a novel from 1964 that was written probably throughout 1963 and maybe before that. And it's about that time. It's about, the early 1960s, before the Summer of Love, before everything really popped off in the drug movement. And Pynchon was really dialed in, and he's talking about, he has a character, his name is Dr. Hilarious, and he's a psychiatrist, and within the first chapter, he's calling the main character, at this woman, Oedipa Maas. He calls Oedipa Maas in the middle of the night to try to get her to sign up for his LSD study, and he says, I really need you to do this, and he just calls her manic at like 3 in the morning, and she's like, what are you doing? She's like, I don't want to take LSD for your study, and then it turns out he's a paperclip, like, weird shrink guy, and he has a total psychotic break later in the novel. But yeah, you have this paperclip associated doctor trying to get housewives to do LSD, psilocybin, and mescaline experiments, and there's all this paranoia about that. So I think even back then, this was part of the underground, is understanding that the feds are doing something with this.
By the way, guys,
What's crazy is that one of the guys from the Brotherhood that I knew, he was telling me personally his story. He's like, when we first took it, we thought it was a CIA mind control drug. They were like, oh, we learned better. Obviously it wasn't. It was to break control from that. And I'm like, that's amazing that your first intuition was actually correct.
Now, guys,
I think it got out of control or something, but I mean, I don't think that everybody that was spreading, I think most of those people were true believers. All those, Brotherhood guys and like Nick Sand and a lot of those people, they really believe this is some tool for enlightenment. But when they get asked about
I think everybody in the Brotherhood did, yeah.
Whenever they get asked about it, it's always that. It's always like, yeah, but they tried to. No. They just kind of hum and haw, and they don't really have too much of an answer, but because they love that drug so much, it becomes an idol.
Anyways, blessings, guys. It was great chatting, Tristan and Jay.
Yeah.
And looking forward to the next one, man. It was like old times. It's like old times, all three of us back together.
By the way, guys, thank you. If you're interested in our X-Files episode, it was 5 or 6 years ago. Jamie and I did our top 10 X-Files episodes because people in the chat are asking what was your favorite episode. I don't have one single favorite, but we did our top 10 here. So here's one that we did a long time ago if you want to watch that. Orange Sunshine, Brother of Eternal Love documentary is right here. It's all fully on YouTube if you want to watch that FDA was referring to, with all of these boomers here in their LSD. Dude, they were doing van living right here. They were like, yeah, man, I just live in a van, dude. I don't need a family or like property or whatever. I just live in a van, dude.
It's cool that he brought that documentary up. I've had that queued for a while. I want to do that. I want to do that one around the time when I do Leary's autobiography. Because Leary deserves a lot more attention and credit as far as culture creation than he gets these days. I think he's looked at as an oddity, but he really was kind of mainlining the spirit of the age.
Absolutely.
And he was more important than he wasn't as important as he thought he was, but he was pretty important for.
Well, I mean, these dudes think that they're like gods, so.
Yeah, no, he thought that like he literally changed the world. Yeah. Like this is all me. It's all a manifestation of my unconscious. But he was really he did understand. People don't realize he was kind of ahead of the curve in identifying and promoting personal computer usage and seeing that as a vehicle for.
Yeah, no, I think that comes up in the that old documentary, the MK Ultra, the Unabomber, and the Net. That's a classic documentary, and they talk about how. What?
Nobody's watched that documentary for some reason.
I've watched it. I've talked about it. That's like 101, babe.
Yeah, but you've seen everything important and based. I'm talking about not the Muggles, not you, Jay. Yeah.
I mean, there's no information or material that you will bring to the table that I didn't already know about 20 years ago.
You let me know that. Yeah, every time I say something, Jay's like, "Oh yeah." No, I knew that way before you.
Okay. By the way, your occultism, science, mythos, Parsons, Crowley, Hubbard talk with Westgate was also really good. I want to note that people can watch that right here. I am only 1 to 2 hours into it. This is a 4-hour stream. So there's that one.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm honored. As somebody who has learned so much from you and always enjoy your stuff. It does mean a lot when you say, when I get the stamp of approval from.
It's just words, dude. It's just words.
Oh yeah, you're gonna do your word salad again.
Yeah, it's just word salad, man. Cameron, what's up, dude?
Yo, all right, so I'm a Protestant. I don't know if you're just looking for like objections right now or what, because that's what it seems like the trend has been. But I'm actually more on like the inquiry route right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to like disclose like denomination or anything, and you'll understand that as I go on. But I'm a Protestant and I accept like the real presence. I understand we have like a different definition, whatever. I accept baptismal regeneration, paedo communion, all of this stuff. I've been through James Jordan, Doug Wilson. Doug Wilson's pretty inferior to James Jordan.
I'm not trying to be rude, but it's super late. What's the question?
Yeah. So I'm struggling to connect the dots on, like, I've listened to a lot of streams from you where you're explaining like ecclesiology and how that connects with icons and everything.
Yeah, so
like our rejection of icons and y'all's conception of authority and everything.
Well, hold on. So icons, a conception of authority. So those are two different topics. What are you asking about?
So, but from what I understand, because it seems like we completely misunderstand tradition entirely, because like I finally accepted sola scriptura as bullcrap.
Okay.
I'm already understanding that because I can't sit here and say that I affirm Nicaea and then reject the canon of the guys who formulated Nicaea. So then I'm looking at, okay, well then my idea of authority is completely retarded, and so then I have to question why I even have a problem with icons, because like I listen to the Protestants argue with you from like, oh, I want you to explain to me from the 66 book canon. And a lot of times it's just stupid, the stuff that they're questioning about iconodulia. And I even acknowledge like, the Ethiopian guy who goes, they can't remember if it's Elijah or Elisha, but he goes and literally says like, I'm going to go bow in front of an idol and yet I'm going to worship Yahweh, So I guess I'm just, if there's anything you think that might help me with this stuff, because I'm like, my pastor literally excommunicated a guy for going EO, and like the guy didn't even care or anything, but I have a family, and so like it affects everybody else in the situation, and I'm just really struggling, because basically what I'm looking for is just, if I'm going to go through this, I have to justify invalidating the authority of the Protestant tradition I'm in, and therefore invalidating their excommunication.
Okay.
So it has to mean nothing to me.
Yeah, I understand. So, I mean, I would say there's different books that you could go with. I mean, I would say if you want to get into iconography, I have a talk that's called Iconography, the Reality of Symbolism. That's a very philosophy heavy talk. There's also the interview that we did with Pajot, Iconography and the Reality of Symbolism, Jay Dyer and Jonathan Pajot. And then I got a more specific defense of the theology, not the philosophy. It's called Our Icons Idols, me with Snek, S-N-E-K, Our Icons Idols, Jay Dyer with Snek.
Okay, yes. I watched something with you and him, but I don't know if it was that one, so I'll write that down.
But then, I mean, in terms of like authority, there's a book about, it's over there on my shelf. I forget the name of it. Continental Authority, The Problem of Authority in the Continental Reformers is a small book.
Okay.
And I think it's written by an academic.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, I don't even question whether it's Rome or not. I'm past that already. I listened to you talk about Christology and everything, and the Filioque way, and Trinitarian theology, and to me, it's pretty obvious that Rome is out.
Okay, it's Rupert.
We're downstream from that.
It's Rupert Davis's book, Problem of Authority in the Continental Reformers. It's a small. It's not very long. And then I would say check out like F.F. Bruce's book on the formation of the Christian canon, or it's called the Canon. Those are some good ones to start with. But if you want more detailed specifics, call back in when it's not like midnight after 5 hours of streams. But I'm not fussing. I'm just saying I'm getting too tired. Keep up the good work. Alex Stavronukidis says, Orthodox. I'm also Orthodox. Pray for me. D. Gauze says, can you unblock me? Okay. I wrote your name down. I got 3 people to unblock. Okay, Robinhood, $50. Please unblock me. Yes, I got your name down, dog. Appreciate that. Big fat super chat. You're on the list of people to be forgiven of their excommunications from Byzantium. Jonah and the Trout, $5. What is your favorite fish? Your second favorite fish. What if I just never tell you, and then you'll super chat me for forever and I'll retire? Canonical Beer, $20. This is for the 1 versus 5 bloodbath Slay Queen. Thank you. I'm glad you saw what happened. Mr. Sandwich, $5. FDA said he's taller than you. I'm here to fact check. What is your thought on the movie Silence with Andrew Garfield? Is that the one about sex abuse or something? I don't think I saw that. I'm pretty sure I didn't see that one. Is that this? Oh, this is where he's a Jesuit. Yeah, I've never. This is on my to watch list. I've never watched this. He's like a Jesuit missionary to Japan or something. Is that what this is? Yeah, Martin Scorsese. Yeah, I've never actually seen this. I think it did get good reviews, but I thought I kind of thought Andrew Garfield might be low-key based or something, and then he said some horrible pro-trans stuff the other day that disappointed me. Forget what it was. Josh says, $5. What is Orthodox view of mental illness or like psychopathy? Is it spiritual? Yes. Can it be cured in the church? Yes, through the mysteries and the sacraments of confession, etc. Adam Garner, $15. Jay, I disagree with orthodoxy, but I enjoy your streams. I'm a oneness Pentecostal. Okay, well, you look up the arguments and debates, the clips that we've had with oneness anti-Trinitarian heretics. I can answer how we determine the canon. We distinguish between providence and the theological drift. Okay, that ignores the historical actual process of the canon. So just saying that you believe in providence doesn't tell you what the right canon of scripture is. Read the F.F. Bruce book. Jonathan and the Trout, please tell me your second favorite fish. No, I'll never tell you now because you keep pushing it. Stephen, $20. Are Christians called to defend the country if we had an Islamic invasion? Well, I think the country itself has principles of self-defense, just straight up self-defense. I mean, and Christians are part of that. And so you have a right to defend yourself in this country, even if you're not even Christian. So according to the laws of the land, right? I'm not defending Enlightenment, quote, natural rights. I'm just saying that the laws of this land based on so-called natural rights give you the right to defend yourself. Steven, what's up? Tara Jackson, what's up? Matt Dillamonkey. No, we did that one. Louis Borrego, $10. Thank you. Matt Dillamonkey, $20. What do you think about Kai saying that the Islamic dilemma actually states to question the peoples of the book, not the book? Since that was the pre-schism church, doesn't that mean Muslims can't reject the book status and solas? I don't understand that question. Sola scriptura? I'd have to read what Kai is exactly talking about. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Aelcentric Center, $20. The flag of the American Orthodox nation. It's a blue-black background, a white center circle, and a Byzantine red eagle perched on Roman American fascia. Thus it says, "We are Japheth, heirs of West." That's a little controversial with that one. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, what WWTLD? What would Tim Leary do? I don't think Tim Leary would accept that. Nixie, $5. No, we did that. Live it off the wall, $10. I was going to inquire into orthodoxy. At the time, Jesus and Whatnot made a video, and he responded to you when you offered a debate. That video actually led me to me. This is when he made the joke video where he was running away. That video led to me finding your work, and then that led me to actually not go for Rome but for orthodoxy. That's good. That's good. Hopefully the conversation that we have with him will also lead other people to that. Mario, $10. What's up? B Mustard Man, $5. Hypocrisy bingo has no winners. That's over my head. Aelf Center, $10. Never before has Japheth fallen so low. Not even the Mycenaean Bronze Age collapse. Are we as bad as we are now? We are scattered, living in economic zones. We must unite. Tristan Haggard, $50. I'm trying to remember this guy. I think he's called in one time before. I'm not sure, but I think he's.
No, dude, just ignore that.
I don't. Well, I just don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want a dead name. I don't want a dead name because I think he has a different title now. So I'm being very careful. And this is a safe stream. You have safe spaces. This is a safe stream for all of you.
Are you going to read it? Because it might be relevant to things that you could learn from.
So he or she, I'm trying to be fair because I don't know exactly where they're at.
But you might want to read it out loud to the audience.
Jay, we are all impressed that you're back after a devastating loss to Zur. No shame in taking a break. You're literally shaking in a fetal position after the devastating loss to a far superior opponent on the alien butt groping stream that he did. So thank you for that $50. I appreciate that. This is a safe space. It's a safe stream. And so we appreciate him. Wretched Man of God, $20. Thank you so much. He says, for the goal. Appeal to Eric Todbara fallacy, says Fernando. Zane says, 2 Timothy 1 talks about the Holy Spirit through the transferring of the laying on of hands. You probably know that. Just watch this debate. I flipped right to it while you guys were looking it up. Yeah, I couldn't remember which chapter that was, and that guy was getting on my nerves in the debate. Ding Gilberry says, David Wood's a goobertard. I agree. Intrinsic distinctive, $10. These people hate seeing a black man succeed in a world of debate. Jay, in the Christian world of debate. Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, a slay queen. Emilion says $20. Thank you, dog. In the filth, thank you for that. We did get him on. Marco says for $10. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Orlando. Don't be alarmed, however, I am of the chocolate persuasion. Hey, brother, I am too. Shout out to my people. Marco says for $10, the same thing. Johnny Boyle, $10. Thank you for letting me share my DMT demonic possession story. I also have a UFO experience I'll share next time. I am Wombat. Yeah, appreciate that, Wombat. Yeah, call back in with the UFO story. Aquanote, $10. Please unblock me. Okay. John Shepard. No, we did that. Brooklyn says for $5. What's your favorite X-Files episode? Do you like Drive with Bryan Cranston? Yeah, Drive's a classic. And I wonder because Vince Gilligan, of course, did Breaking Bad with Bryan Cranston, and Vince Gilligan was one of the co-creators with Chris Carter of X-Files. So Drive was good. I mean, there's so many standalone episodes that are. I actually think a lot of the standalones are better than the Alien overarching story. But Cameron says I'll call back in next time. Appreciate that. Matthew says for $25 or $5. What Wolfgang Smith did you mention? Cosmos and Transcendence. He says I have a Sued that's a friend of mine. It would be a good book for him. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one for him. Peter has the keys, $5. Will you unblock me on X? I am Simon Peter. I mean, annoying Roman Catholics, you gotta super chat more than $5 if you want me to unblock you. I'm gonna need at least a 20 to get for you annoying Roman Catholics to be back in my good graces. That's all. I'm just saying. You gotta leave a seed donation. Close the door. Close the doors. You ain't getting out of here until I see $40,000 in the donation plate. Okay. All right. I think that's all the super chats, guys. Remember, head on over to our show sponsor, which is still chalk.com, CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation on the internet, not CKO, I can't type. Be sure and follow Tristana. Be sure and follow FDA over on Patristic Faith and his channel. Be sure and follow Tristan Haggard on his channel. You can get that male vitality stack right there for 60% off. You use the great, amazing discount J60 Life. That's JAY60LIFE to get 60% off. Oh, we got somebody popping off. Pepper Prophet is popping off in the chat. They're gonna come refute me. They're angry. They're angry. What's up, dude? Unmute. He's making a stink. Go ahead. Refute us. We're here. He ran away. All of that to run away? What are you doing? What's wrong with y'all? I'm the mean cop, and you've got the trans cop, Tristan, here. So good guy, bad guy, nice guy, good guy, bad guy, or nice cop, bad cop.
Well, you're the bad guy. I'm just a good person in general. I detransitioned. You keep dead naming me. I actually detransitioned.
Oh,
now
okay.
I'm a based MAGA influencer now. I'm a MAGA.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just based in MAGA, no matter what.
You should be a beige black MAGA dude, because I think there's still a market for beige black.
No, I am black. I mean, I didn't detransition from being black, obviously.
Aaron, what's up? We got a Catholic writer. Aaron wants to talk. What's up?
Hey, Jay. I actually do enjoy your content quite a bit. I did have a question because I kind of joined at the tail end of this.
Okay.
But related to kind of what you were saying about like Jack Parsons and how it kind of relates to this whole UFO topic and just kind of general occultism.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, so, I mean, I've dug into this for like the last couple of years, and I've gotten pretty close to some of the figures that are up in DC quite a bit. I even interviewed Whitley Strieber at one point. And I guess my takeaway is that you're right on the money with a lot of these people just being kind of bad actors.
Right.
But at the same time, like this technology, clearly there's been like work as far back as the 50s into anti-gravitic stuff. And so in my mind, I mean, it seems probably plausible that the whole alien thing is just a cover for kind of novel propulsive technology.
No, I think that it's very likely that there's some form of anti-gravity technology, but I also argue that there's a larger psychological warfare narrative where they want to promote an alien paradigm for the future to replace Christianity. So I think that's what's going on.
I mean, that's what we talked about on Sunday night, how the part of this seems to be smokescreen for that, and to kind of, turd code anybody that could possibly come out talking about this stuff, right? You seem to have kind of a novel theoretical physics models that are being explored and used. It's, general public doesn't have access to this type of stuff. And then you also have kind of mind control type technology that seems to be smoke screened behind this as well, and mass experimentation on cult building, SRA, trauma-based mind control type stuff, as well as grand narrative, scientism, the alien space brothers, and cult creation. I mean, I think it's a bigger thing than people, it's a bigger thing than, it seems kooky and weird, right? But I think it's more important than a lot of people from the outside who look at it as just like, oh yeah, that's just some novel, strange thing. I think there's a lot going on with it, like you said.
Oh, he left. Well, appreciate that, man. Glad you agree with our assessment of what's probably going on. Jonathan, the trial is still there's still. I'm getting gang stalked by people that want to know what my favorite fish is. So Chad Broski says, "Tell us your third and fourth favorite fish." I will now never tell any of you because this is a money printing machine.
There's my gang stalkers. They're triggering me. They know if they say the word
They know how
fish.
to trigger me, right? With fish.
Yeah,
with words.
it puts me in a fugue state when people say the word fish.
By the way, guys, go in here if you would and comment against all of the angry, mean people that hate me because they don't understand that this was a joke debate, the 1 versus 5. It was fun and tongue-in-cheek. It's supposed to be silly. Peter has the keys, $10. I'm actually an Orthodox catechumen, so yes. Okay, Peter. Now, you said your handle is Simon Peter. Hopefully that comes up on X because there's probably quite a few people on X called Simon Peter. So I need the exact handle. I'm assuming that that's the exact handle. So I definitely will unblock you. And then I need all you guys to go, all the mean people that are being mean to me for being mean to people. I need you guys to be mean to them. That's a joke, by the way. Look, he's telling people to be mean. He's telling people to be mean. Okay. I think that's it for the night. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for Tristana and everybody else that joined FDA. I will donate some of the super chats to FDA for his being here.